Okay, it's 9 o'clock, so I want to bring the meeting to order. Welcome everyone to the March 11th, 2021 meeting of the Oregon Transportation Commission. On behalf of my colleagues on the commission, welcome. Thank all of you who provided written comment or will provide oral comment this morning. We appreciate your participation in our proceedings, and will or have reviewed everything that we received today, and of course we'll be paying close attention to the oral testimony we received this morning. I want to make a couple of comments. One is you'll see on the screen a way to use closed caption during this meeting, so by clicking the link. So I'd encourage everyone that wants to use closed caption to do so, and you'll be able to customize your closed captioning with respect to the size of font and type of font and other features. So please do so at your election. I also want to welcome the Commission's new coordinator, Sabrina Forward. This is her first meeting with us, and we're delighted to have her on board, and she's already done a number of, been involved in a number of things in her short tenure to date. We look forward to working with Sabrina going forward, and welcome her to our meeting and to being a part of our team. So I also want to note that Vice Chair Simpson has been delayed today and will not be joining us until later in the morning, probably after our break, which is around 11, I think. So we'll be working with a quorum of 3, which is an official quorum of the commission, and we will be able to take action on items as needed, although I'm hoping we can hold off on those until Vice Chair Simpson is here. So we'll see how the morning goes. And he will be updating me on his likely arrival time. So with that, I would like to turn to the director for his report. Good morning, Director Strickler.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, for the record, Chris Strickler, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. Thank you very much for the time. I have just 2 quick updates this morning, and then I will yield the remainder of my time to Mac Lynn to give you a brief wildfire update. A lot has been happening since the last time we had an opportunity to kind of speak as a group, so I wanted to give him an opportunity to go through that. First and foremost, though, I do want to hit clearly, since the last time we had an opportunity to meet, we've been hit by a major winter ice storm. The dates of February 12th through February 16th. And while that happens fairly frequently in Oregon, this one was rather significant in the amount of ice and the amount of damage that was caused and the power that was lost to Oregonians across the landscape. In fact, I think there are still some that are struggling with the aftermath of what that might mean, whether that's replacing things in their refrigerators or really figuring out redundancy for their own operations as they think about the next time something like that hits. With that always comes with how did we respond and how did we do, and I wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate our team and provide some recognition of the job well done for our state crews. While everybody was impacted in the ice area and the west side of the mountains especially, our crews did a fantastic job of jumping to action, getting roads open. In fact, many of the interstates were kept in a bare or slush condition thanks to quick action by our team and advance action by our team. So I wanted to congratulate them on, like I said, that job well done. One of the significant factors is 12 of our state-operated radio sites lost power completely during this event. That's a significant communication gap for us. Those had to be running on backup generator power, and so the quickness and the responsiveness and the attentiveness of our team really did help get us back moving again as Oregon. The final thing I'd say about that is significant coordination with utilities and other jurisdictions in really helping out across the landscape. Several of our facilities we had to close altogether to replace or repair some of the electrical lines so that Oregonians could get power back. So again, that interagency cooperation as well as cooperation within our public utility partners is just something we're proud of as an agency. The next is, I want to announce that in May of 2021, we will be bidding adieu to Mr. Troy Costales. Troy has served 36 years in public service, including time at local school district, the Department of Transportation clearly, and as leading our highway safety office. About 24 years of that time has been serving as the governor's representative for safety for our state. 33 years ago, Troy made his highway safety debut on the main stage at our state's highway safety conference wearing the Vince crash test dummy costume, pantomiming one of the radio ads. He was selected by Director Grace Crunican to manage the Transportation Safety Division in 1997. During his tenure, Troy, well, I shouldn't say Troy, but Troy has helped lead Oregon to the highest safety belt use rate of any state, 98.2%. State's lowest fatality toll since the 1940s, which dipped down to a low in 2013, and one of the largest percentage declines in fatalities from one year to the next, from 98 to 99. Troy has served the agency very well, and Troy has been kind of a significant division administrator lead, helping his peers, not just in onboarding, but in the ongoing cooperation and coordination for one ODOT fashion. I will say that Troy has also had the privilege and the honor and the distinction of serving in just about every division. In fact, I do believe that if he has not already, we will be finding him a few hours to serve in the Support Services Division, so Troy Costales can be one of, if not the only, division administrator to say that he has served time or had the privilege of serving, is probably the best way to put it, in every one of our divisions across the agency. My congratulations goes out to Troy. My appreciation goes out to Troy. And I wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to announce that as part of my remarks this morning. Mr. Costales will definitely be missed, but I hear he won't be too far away. We'll be able to reach out to him as we need to. With that, I will then pass it on to Mr. Mac Lind, unless there's any comments by the commission members, for Mac to walk through a brief wildfire update.
Thank you, Director Strickler. Great comments. We appreciate your report. I want to just, before we hear from Mac, just take a second to say two things. First, I'm sure I speak for all of the commissioners and Commissioner Simpson in his absence that the work done on the recovery from the ice storms really was impressive in all the ways you said. I know in my neighborhoods, the first time I've ever seen, this is in the PGE service territory, our neighborhoods, the first time I've ever seen a Pacific Power truck in our neighborhood. So it indicated that they were working together. I mean, when I drove by, I thought, what is Pacific Power doing over here? Well, they're helping PGE solve electrical outage problems, which were happening all over the place. And then, of course, the damage the ice was doing to neighborhoods and business districts and communities all over the state. So congratulations to ODOT for its significant role in responding quickly, and as usual, doing a great job in very challenging conditions. So and then I'd like to make a comment about Troy, but I'll stop there to invite comments from other members of the commission on the ice storm if they'd like to. Commissioners? Okay. The other comment I'd like to make is about Troy. Troy is, as you say, just been been a great leader at our agency and a tremendous person to work with. So on behalf of all of us on the commission, we want to thank him for a very long and broad and varied experience on the commission. I'm glad you're at the agency. I'm glad you're rounding that out, Chris, by letting him be on essentially all departments and all divisions before he leaves. 36 years is a long time. And so congratulations to him on his commitment to the state. So with that, unless there are comments from the commission, I want to make sure I'm providing an opportunity on Troy as well. So Commissioner Brown?
Yes, Troy, I just wanted to thank you. For those of you that don't know, I got to cut my teeth on his safety committee for a period of time, so he had to listen to my sassy mouth. But I want to thank you for all that you have done for ODOT, and, you know, well done. 21 years is a long time. Is it 21 years? Maybe.
As a division administrator, that's correct, Commissioner.
Great. So how long total at ODOT?
Total ODOT was 33 years.
Wow. Well, thank you very much for your service to the state. Appreciate it. And hopefully I'll see you sometime soon.
Troy, this is Sharon. I haven't met you in person, but congratulations on a very, very impressive career at ODOT. We're so lucky to have had you for so long, and good luck in your next adventure.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Chair and Director. Appreciate the kind words, and look forward to helping out as best I can as the organization continues to move forward. And thank you for your continued attention towards the safety of our personnel and those on our roads and streets.
Troy, I think I said 36 years, and it is, to correct the record, 33. And I guess my question is, where are you going so soon? I mean, you just got here. You're ready to enjoy the next step. Enjoy the next step in your life, and we look forward to seeing you around as the director foreshadowed. So with that, let's turn to Matt.
Bob, you're right. The last 1 year is the equivalent to 3, so I think 36.
Yeah, 36. Let's round it up. 36 is not exactly rounding it up, but it's close.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes,
Mr. Chair, as we transition over to Mac, I would just say that one of the other aspects that doesn't often get mentioned because we're always so busy with work, but in addition to Troy volunteering in most cases to kind of fill in and stand in areas of the agency where we have a gap or we have a retirement or we have a need, Troy has always been willing to do so. What I know about Troy, though, is in addition to filling in each of those divisional areas on the personal side, Troy devotes a significant amount of his time to community and to peers within his community in ways that are truly commendable. And so, Troy, congratulations. Truly, thank you for all that you've done for the agency. You definitely will be missed, and I'm glad we've got until May. And then I'm glad that we have a phone number for you to continue even beyond that. And I guess the last thing that I would say, Troy, is you absolutely win the award for Best Beard. I like the look. It looks great. Maybe a little bit of jealousy in that coming from me as well. So congratulations, Troy.
Mac, we will turn to you now. Thank you again, Troy.
Sounds good. Just want to double check you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Van Broecklyn, members of the commission, Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Smith. For the record, Mac Lynn, Deputy for Delivery and Operations for the agency, currently leading, continuing to lead our cleanup efforts from the devastating wildfires last fall. I was reminded as I was preparing this morning that it was probably 6 months to the day that I was speaking to you, if not close to the day, around what we were dealing with at the time from the devastating wildfires, the destruction, highways closed. Obviously, we still didn't understand the full impact of the event. So 6 months out. I just want to give you a brief update on where we're at as the agency takes the lead role in cleaning up not only hazard trees, but also burn down homes and businesses across the whole of the state. So Sabrina gets the slides up here. You can go ahead and move to the next slide, please. Just want to recognize we're starting to see some success in our efforts. It's taken longer than anyone would like to get going in this cleanup effort. Nothing we do will ever be fast enough for those that are not within their homes or waiting for us to come remove the ash and debris from their home sites so they can rebuild and get back to some resemblance to normalcy. So nothing we will do will ever be fast enough, but we are pushing extremely hard with our contractors and our crews that we're working with to make progress just as fast as possible. We're a couple months into what I would call significant cleanup effort on the ground. These numbers continue to evolve and change, and I'll show you here in a few minutes our online dashboard where you can get up-to-date information on our progress to date. But we're getting over the 400 home sites cleaned up, benchmark out of somewhere between just over 2,000 homes that are signed up into our program. Trees, hazard trees, we estimated at the time of the wildfires close to 300,000 hazard trees would need to be removed along ODOT highways. We've marked or assessed about 40,000 trees today and removed almost 10,000. That number will increase exponentially over the coming weeks as operations continue to evolve. And we're having some good success stories in terms of our efforts helping communities recover and take the next step to rebuilding. I think a great example is what we're doing in the McKenzie corridor area, Highway 126. We pivoted our operations so we can help remove hazard trees at the McKenzie School District, right in the heart of that holiday farm fire, so they can get kids back to class later this month. We're also doing some work to help those down in the Jackson County area with donated wood for heat sources. So a lot of stuff happening on the landscape and all. The other thing I'd mention is we're, I think, in a good sign talking about what do we do with all the debris and trucks lined up at landfills, because we're sending that many trucks a day to these landfills. So I think a positive sign that we're starting to max out some of our operational capabilities to get the work done faster. Next slide, please. So just as an example of a lot of work going on to remove hazard trees, I'll just say if you're driving up any of these corridors, there are a lot of people in these corridors working, assessing the trees, doing the work, and safety obviously is paramount, not only for those workers, but those of the traveling public. So just a lot of activity in these corridors. Next slide, please. And more importantly is what are we doing to help clean up these destroyed homes and businesses? Here's some good examples of the removal work we're doing down in the Jackson County area, really focusing on the trailer parks, the mobile home parks, if you will, and the connection to direct federal housing assistance that FEMA is coming in to set up as soon as we are done removing the ash and debris. So starting to have some real meaningful success in many of these communities. Next slide, please. Got some great information in our weekly updates just around the whole of the effort across the state. You can see some of the numbers there, as well as just all the operational areas we're in across the state. These numbers continue to grow in terms of the amount of debris that we're removing, as well as the number of crews we have working. We have over 100 crews out there on the ground doing the monitoring efforts or the removal of construction debris removal by our contract crews. We're up to 65 of those contract crews across the state right now. Next slide, please. The dashboard, please go check it out if you haven't already. Members of the public that may be watching, there's a link at the end of this as well. Just a lot of data. This is some statewide totals that you can see on the screen, just a snapshot, but you can click on the left there and get individual data for each fire area and the work that we're doing across the state and the progress that we're making. Next slide, please. And lastly, just in my brief remarks here, just continuing to plug all of our communication channels, outreach, not only to those impacted by these devastating wildfires, but those that live in these communities as well. A lot of content and information out there. I will flag the website again, which has an interactive map, so you can see what progress we're making in each of those areas. I down to the individual tax lot or home site. And lastly, the hotline number at the very bottom. If anyone has any questions around what's going on with their property, if they chose not to sign up with our program yet, but would like to, maybe they've backed away from it at one point, but they want to come back into our program, that hotline number is staffed by a person on our team and a team of folks to help respond to any questions or inquiries and help people walk through what it means for them, as well as where we're at in the status of cleaning up their property. So with that, Commission Director, some very brief remarks, but just wanted to hit a few highlights of where we're at in our cleanup efforts.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you, Director Strickler, for your report in total. We're going to turn now to public comments. And so I believe we have, in addition to all of the written comments we received, which again, we have reviewed the ones we received and will review those that come to us subsequently. But we do have oral testimony at this point in the meeting. 8 people have signed up, and I'll be helped, I think, by Sabrina on this. Sabrina, I'd like to take the elected officials first, Mayor Hill, followed by Commissioner Kula, and then Tribal Council member Harvey. So if we could take those 3 first and in that order, I'd appreciate it. And I know you have a short statement to read if you're on.
Thank you, Chairman Brocklin. We have 7 commenters this morning. Kathleen Harris has chosen to not provide comments.
Okay.
We'll now commence the public hearing, the public comment session. I'll begin by announcing the caller's first name. As I unmute you, please state your full name. Be mindful that you will have 3 minutes for comments. Mayor Hill, you have been unmuted. Please state your full name for the record.
Welcome, Mr. Mayor. Are you with us? Mayor Hill? Are you unmuted?
He's unmuted on my end.
Okay. I'm not hearing him.
We're not either. Mayor Hill, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good morning, Mayor Hill. Welcome to our meeting. You'll have 3 minutes for your comments, and then you'll be followed by Commissioner Kula and then Councilor Harvey. So floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Again, this is Mayor Hill, Mayor of the City of Lindale, and I'd like to thank Chair Van Brocklin and the commissioners and Director Strickler for this opportunity to address the OTC. We have already shared with the group the 99W and 18 bypass information sheets, and this is an update to previous materials that we have given to the OTC, but it is an update. First off, I'd like to recognize the support that the Bypass Committee has received from the OTC and ODOT. I'll tell you, it has truly been outstanding, and I'd really like to give special recognition to John Hustis, Sonny Chickering, and Travis Brower, who have met with us, along with Chair Van Brocklin and Director Strickler. We've had this opportunity to be before you before, and we acknowledge a true partnership in the work that we're trying to accomplish. You know, today we have unprecedented times. The federal government is looking at infrastructure dollars, and there's a need for state and local investment to leverage those federal dollars, the earmarks and the grants that may be coming. And this needs to be a top priority for the OTC and ODOT in seeking these federal opportunities. And I know you have many projects that you're looking at. But let me share just briefly. Phase 1 has been an overwhelming success. This project has had widespread support from our communities, and finishing the entire bypass is imperative to realizing the full success of a large rural project so Oregonians can see the benefits of their investment. We recognize that Phase 2 is shovel ready. Construction estimates are at $160 million, and we know that there's a bit of contingency in to make sure that that project will work, and that in realities may be that those costs will come down tremendously as we get involved in the finishing or the start and the finishing of Phase 2. And we have every confidence that we'll find ways to effectively and have cost savings as we move forward. We want to look at what we call phase to the finish, and we've been working with ODOT to have preliminary design work on Phase 3, which is the connection from Highway 18 to Dundee. And we've even looked at opportunities to reduce the cost on there, staying within the scope of the work that has already been done and not putting much effort into the connection in Dundee. And so we're pretty excited about the cost savings that we're looking at there. Just a few points that I'd like to share with you in closing that I think might resound with the OTC. I'll kind of do this in a question and answer mode. Is there direction from the legislature at the state? Yes, Phase 1 was funded with $192 million in the JTA and $22 million in House Bill 2017 for the design of Phase 2. Do we have the support of the governor? Yes, Governor Brown has made the bypass one of her top priorities, including a recommendation of $32 million in her last two recommended budgets, and there's a request pending before the legislature right now. Is this a federal priority? Yes, the Newburgh-Dundee bypass is named as a high priority corridor in the FAST Act, and I can tell you that it's a rural project also. Is it ready to go to construction? Yes, Phase 2 has right-of-way and design funded and underway and is shovel ready, and preliminary work has been done on Phase 3. Does it have broad-based support? Yes, we can provide a list of over 50 supportive entities that have signed on in favor of the completion of the bypass. In closing, I would just like to thank the OTC and ODOT for the partnership that we have. We are committed to this process. We know that funds are hard to come by, but we're committed as communities to do our local matching, and we would just ask that we continue to see a priority from the OTC and ODOT on the Newburgh-Dundee bypass. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We now have Casey Kula. Please state your full name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Buckland and members. I'm Casey Kula. I'm a Yamhill County Commissioner, but I'm speaking on behalf of the Parkway Committee for the county, not in my role as Commissioner for the board. So Phase 1 was huge, but all 3 phases must be completed in order to achieve the goals of a safe, equitable movement of people in this key corridor from Portland to the coast. Now, really one of the best things about this project that's still unfinished is the widespread community support, which Mayor Hill so ably spoke to. But not only does it have elected officials and leader support, when I ask county residents to list their transportation priorities, the bypass comes up as a top issue. And I might note, alongside safe shoulders and pedestrian movement and improving safety of intersections. So a lot of safety things. Now, state agencies must address climate and equity in their work, But equitable and climate-forward solutions look different in each community. And the equitable solution in this case is the environmental justice solution as well, which is moving heavy diesel vehicles out of the downtowns of both cities in order to reduce particulate emissions and their toll on people. In our county, the ability to move safely to and from jobs, whether that's in the metro area or within the region, is one key component of equity as well, which is accessibility. And this brings me to 3 requests I have for you as members of the commission. ORS 366.514 requires bike and pedestrian paths with projects like the bypass. And I'm here asking you to hold ODOT accountable for building and opening protected paths all along this corridor as soon as possible. People will use safe, active travel routes. Again, people will use them if they exist. And as soon as phase 1 was complete, our transit agency immediately began using the bypass for our commuter routes to the metro area. Making buses a priority has been a key to the access and the equity and the climate action. And what I ask you is to hold ODOT accountable for our shared climate goals by requiring bus rapid transit design features in this project. And I will work on the county's end to initiate bus rapid transit here as well. Third, I ask you to require an equity advisory committee for the project. We have an amazing, amazing group of dedicated Parkway Committee volunteers, but ODOT staff really need to hear from everyone in order to make good planning and design decisions. Okay, in closing, I want to note that this is the 10th anniversary of the 9.1 magnitude earthquake and tsunami in Japan that destroyed the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. And today, the Oregon Shake Alert System is being activated. You all know how devastating natural disasters are for our communities, both in the short term with response and in the long term with recovery. And I grew up at the beach, and a stable, accessible lifeline to the coast may be the difference between community recovery and community abandonment. Finishing the bypass should be a top priority of ODOT and the OTC. It has widespread community support, it furthers climate and equity goals, and it prepares us for disasters. And thank you for your time. As always, my phone is on. You have my phone number here. Call me. I'd love to talk with you more. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to also thank the mayor for his comments. And we appreciate the partnership and are committed to continuing to work with you on these important investments. So Sabrina.
Thank you. Next, we have Denise Harvey. Please state your full name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
This is Denise Harvey, Tribal Council for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. Thank you all for allowing us our public comment today. I just want to emphasize the importance of the tribal economy, the coastal economy, the wine industry, which is all supported by the bypass for tourism opportunities across the entire travel shed. We are also, and just to emphasize a little bit on Mayor Hill and Commissioner Kula talked about the importance of there being the West Valley being supported with good transportation opportunities, not only for our employees, as Grand Ronde is one of the largest employers in the West Valley with over 2,000 employees, but for the citizens of the area, which Kula emphasized, the support from the local residents. Also, I really want to emphasize, too, the natural disasters that occur, and we just all recently witnessed the forest fires and the mandatory evacuations for the coastal communities. And Grand Ronde was actually a command post and fire camp for over 200 firefighters for the area. And having a way in and a way out during a natural disaster is extremely important for public safety. I am actually a commuter from Tualatin and have been for the last 18 years. And I will tell you, even phase 1 made a significant difference for commuters. And I would really emphasize the importance of completing the entire bypass.
I hope we have your support and the support of ODOT, and I look forward to seeing this bypass complete in the near future. Thank you for your time, and all of you have a good day.
Thank you, Councillor. We appreciate your comments. Thank you so much for coming. I remember not too long ago, although it seems like a long time ago, one of our last in-person meetings before the pandemic hit was at Grand Ron, and we had a wonderful meeting there and really enjoyed being visiting the facilities there, and appreciate your hospitality. That was a great meeting, and really treated us well. So thank you for that as well, and thank you for your comment this morning.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Thank
we'll
you.
move on.
Thank you. Next, we have Brian Worley. Brian, please state your full name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair Van Brocklin, members of the Oregon Transportation Commission. For the record, my name is Brian Worley, Association of Oregon Counties Road Program Director. Thank you for your time today and allowing me to speak on behalf of Oregon 36 county governments, the Oregon Association of County Engineers and Surveyors, County Public Works, and Road Departments. My colleague, Jim McCauley, Legislative Director for the League of Oregon Cities, was unable to speak this morning, so I will also reference you to our jointly submitted written testimony for counties and cities and support for OTC Agenda Item H, ODOT's updated proposal on COVID-19 relief funding allocations to local governments. I want to thank the Oregon Transportation Commission and ODOT for recognizing the importance of the city and county transportation system in this updated funding relief proposal. Compared to the January 21st draft proposal, today's updated proposal takes a balanced approach. It supports local governments who have lost significant revenue as a result of the pandemic and recession. A special thank you to ODOT leadership staff, Travis Brower, Jeff Flowers, and Trevor Slingman for working closely with AOC and LOC, listening to local government feedback and partnering with cities and counties to address our shared priorities in this updated proposal. With over 43,000 road miles and over 4,000 bridges under county and city jurisdiction combined, local governments manage, own, and maintain the largest portion of Oregon's road system at 55%. This relief funding is desperately needed at this time and will help cities and counties facing budget deficits, delayed projects, workforce shortages, hiring freezes, and for some, may prevent layoffs. The ODOT estimated $225 million lost state highway funds. Cities and counties make up approximately 45% of those losses under the Oregon 50-30-20 sharing agreements. ODOT's updated proposal and suballocation of the $124 million Oregon relief local governments are expected to receive approximately 45%, $55 million. That includes 31% in direct relief funding to cities and counties. In comparison to the January 21st proposal, a substantial increase from the 26% for local governments and 8% or $10 million in direct relief allocation to cities and counties. Although this local formula relief total does not fully make up for the lost revenue, cities and counties of approximately $101 million through fiscal year 2021, it is greatly appreciated and represents a more balanced, equitable approach to follow the longstanding statutory highway funding sharing agreement. We recognize that there are many important competing priorities, not enough revenue, difficult decisions you all have to make to balance in the transportation system. Direct relief funding local governments not only supports needed operations and main deficits, but it also supports strategic priorities and local community priorities in the most flexible and efficient way. We look forward to this continued partnership with the Commission, ODOT, and especially the SHWA Division Office as work continues to finalize the federal aid documentation process that will be required for local government suballocations. As some of these documentation requirements will be new to the federal aid eligibility, like lost revenue, personnel operations, and maintenance costs, AOC and LC are here to help ODOT and FHWA coordinate with local governments to allocate relief funding as quickly and efficiently as possible. Thank you again for your time, and we ask for your support in supporting local government formula allocations in your agenda item H today in federal relief funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Worley. We appreciate your comments and look forward to taking up the item you mentioned later in the meeting.
Okay, next we have William Cook. Please state your full name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is William Cook. I'm an attorney with cultural heritage partners and historic preservation and cultural heritage law firm. And I speak on behalf of Ms. Patricia Benner, a Corvallis, Oregon resident and business owner, who seeks to help ODOT find a way to protect and preserve the Van Buren Bridge, which, as many of you know, has been determined eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places. And I want to make clear that preserving the bridge and achieving ODOT's transportation and safety goals are not mutually exclusive. ODOT appears to be skipping important legal steps in its mandatory environmental review, including its decision not to prepare an environmental assessment or environmental impact statement as required by NEPA, or the National Environmental Policy Act. For the reasons we explained in the written comments, we asked that ODOT reconsider its decision to exempt the project from NEPA review. Second, ODOT cannot propose demolishing the Van Buren Bridge without having completed an evaluation of the proposed demolition and replacement pursuant to Section 4F of the Department of Transportation Act of 1966, a federal law that Congress passed to protect public parks, recreational areas, wildlife and waterfowl refuges, and any significant public or private historic sites, such as the Van Buren Bridge. This law requires avoiding harm to historic properties unless no other feasible improvement alternatives exist. It would be helpful for ODOT to update the public about its compliance with Section 4F's mandates. Third, it's improper for ODOT to propose demolition and what appears to be a foregone conclusion of the Van Buren Bridge without having completed the separate federal review mandated by Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. All adverse effects to historic properties have to be taken into account by ODOT in consultation with consulting parties and in consultation to look for ways to avoid, minimize, or mitigate adverse effects to the bridge before reaching any conclusion that demolition is required. To date, the Section 106 process is not concluded and demolition is not appropriate. For these reasons, any decision related to the proposed demolition of the bridge is premature. Going forward, we ask that ODOT provide a timeline to show how and when ODOT intends to comply with federal historic preservation review laws and request that the Van Buren Bridge be preserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. I appreciate your comments and thank you for coming.
Okay, next we have Patricia Benner. Please state your full name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Patricia Benner, and good morning, commissioners. Thank you for all the work that ODOT does for the state, and appreciate the chance to talk. I'm speaking to urge the Oregon Department of Transportation to repurpose the Van Buren Bridge at Corvallis as a pedestrian and bicyclist river crossing when the new bridge is constructed. Keeping the current Van Buren Bridge for alternative transportation purposes is the most prudent and forward-thinking decision that ODOT could make to continue to provide a safe and functional river crossing for pedestrians and bicycles. The engineering firm SMG has studied the task of moving the bridge about 175 feet upriver and has found it to be practical and feasible and at about 1/2 of ODOT's estimated cost to the City Council. The bridge would be placed on seismically resilient piers. The new location of the bridge would serve both bicyclists and pedestrians who are traveling along Highway 34, that corridor, but also local users. As you already know, a bridge should serve pedestrians and bicyclists of all ages and abilities. It should be a design that allows for a pleasant experience, that encourages non-vehicular travel, and allows users to feel safe and be safe. Alternative transportation should thrive on the bridge. Please refer to my written testimony that further describes my safety and related concerns for the new bridge. The new bridge will be arched, not the best design for many users. That has been illustrated, actually, it's been interesting multiple times during flood events when Highway 34 has been closed. People love to go look at the flooded road, and they choose to walk and bicycle across the level Van Buren Bridge and avoid the arched existing Harrison Street Bridge. Though safety is a primary concern for me, I also do very much value the historic assets of this bridge, and federal transportation law typically requires the protection of historic structures such as this. As I am not an expert in preservation law, I have asked for assistance from an expert, Mr. William Cook, who spoke earlier, to help me wrap my head around the details associated with the law. He has also submitted the written comments on my behalf to you. In conclusion, let's not throw away resources. That's so 20th century. It's not a 21st century strategy. Here's a bridge that is in good shape, handy, and ready to serve in its second chapter of its life. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope that we can move forward and make better decisions with this particular river crossing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Benner. We appreciate your comments and your counsel today. Thank you.
Okay, and our last public comment is coming from Kim Fella. Kim, please state your full name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Kim?
Ms. Fella, are you there?
Yes, I am.
You
Nobody
have
could
3
hear
minutes.
anything.
Well,
Okay,
welcome
great.
to our meeting. We're glad you're here, and you have 3 minutes for your comments. So please begin.
I appreciate it. Hello, my name is Kim Fella. I live at 2733 Lower River Road, Grants Pass, Oregon, 97526. I am commenting today for the purpose of bringing to light what I feel is gross neglect from ODOT. And I feel strongly that the Transportation Commission should take action on this matter. I purchased this property in 2018. I live off of a frontage road that was once called Highway 260. In 2019, this portion of road was relinquished to Josephine County along with $6.4 million for maintenance, none of which has been performed. I am being sued by my neighbor because I have blocked a culvert that he installed in a FEMA floodway without a survey, without permission, without engineering, without a permit on a private easement road between us, Summer Lane. This culvert forces water from his 10 acres directly into my 4-acre field. It floods so much that in 2017, it flooded all the way across my field into Monica Gorta's pump house, her garage, and partially into her home, which is located on McVeigh Lane. But where does this water come from? The majority of the water comes from the frontage road, Highway 260, now known as Lower River Road. This portion of the road is notorious for having standing water during the winter season. Placing a high water sign is a poor and pathetic method of resolve. This is a death trap waiting to happen. Our mailboxes are right in the middle of this huge body of standing water during the winter. It covers the entire lane and forces cars completely into the opposite lane of traffic. So much water sits on the road that geese are constantly attracted to it and are getting killed frequently. There is a catch basin in the northwest corner of my neighbor's property that catches all of that road water and is funneled down a buried drain pipe that runs parallel down Summer Lane approximately 600 feet. It then opens up right at the culvert and is forced into my field. So I am expected to take on all of the road water with all of its chemicals, oil, etc., into my field because ODOT deemed that simply putting a high water sign was sufficient and chose to ignore this ongoing safety hazard and problem. Just because ODOT relinquished this highway to Josephine County does not exempt them from tort claim law. The fact that the state and now the county is ignoring this and forcing homeowners to reap the consequences is reprehensible, unjust, and a disturbing case of willful neglect. I encourage any interested party to view my video all of my legal documents as well as a jurisdictional transfer contract from ODOT on my YouTube channel named Kizzy, Josephine County, Oregon. That's Kizzy, Josephine County, Oregon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fella. Thank you for your comments, and I appreciate your participation. Sabrina, have we other commenters? Any others?
Hello? Am I still connected? I can't hear anything.
Yes, you still are.
We have one unidentified caller in our list.
Hello? I can't hear anything.
Sabrina, I think we're only taking commenters who've signed up. Did this person sign up? Oops. We still have Ms. Fella on.
No, Ms. Fella's not on the line. There is another unidentified line.
Well, can you identify who it is and confirm that they signed up to comment?
We have nobody else at this time signed up for comment, Chair.
Okay. Well, then we're going to move on to our next item, which is a report from our ODOT Climate Office Director, Amanda Peets. And welcome, Amanda.
Thank you, Chair Van Brocklin, and good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Amanda Peets. I'm the Director of the ODOT Climate Office. And today I'm going to share a brief update about Climate Office activities. Sabrina, are we able to pull up the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, we are right now.
I wouldn't want you all to miss the pretty pictures, so.
We want to see the pictures.
So I'll skip ahead a little bit as Sabrina's bringing that up. So just as a reminder, the Climate Office is composed of 3 parts. So mitigation, so ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from transportation. Adaptation, so adapting to extreme weather and climate events. And sustainability, like lowering our carbon footprint. Yesterday marked the 1-year anniversary of the Governor's Executive Order on Climate Change, which is Executive Order 2004, so a big birthday celebrated there. Attachment 1 in your packet is a progress report that ODOT provided to the Governor on what we've done in our agency to comply with the Executive Order. I want to highlight for you a few things that covered. First is how we've embraced climate as a top priority in the agency. One, within our strategic action plan, and also by the sheer formation of my climate office as well, which was established last April. And Sabrina, when you get that up, if you could flip to the 3rd slide when you have a chance, that would be wonderful. Because again, I have pretty pictures on there. There we go, great. The other highlight I want to provide is that we, and actually you really as commissioners, have helped to make some significant investments in climate, including a 60% increase in low and no carbon modes, so biking, walking, and public transportation, based on the climate analysis we did for the Statewide Transportation Improvement Program, or the STIP. We also set aside nearly $6 million to support local jurisdictions in creating and implementing greenhouse gas reduction plans, and working with our sister agency, the Department of Land Conservation and Development. We've also formed a new grant program for electric vehicle charging, which I will talk about here in a minute. Overall, we are undertaking a lot of efforts to enable transportation electrification and to help move the state forward. Lastly, and importantly, we're trying to integrate equity and climate justice into everything that we do. Our agency hosted 2 equity workshops to set guiding principles and equitable outcomes to guide all climate efforts for ODOT, but also for our sister agencies as well. As part of that and in other efforts that we've been engaged in, we've provided some compensation to participants to address barriers in participation for decision-making processes and make sure that we have diverse voices at the table. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we have several efforts underway to help enable transportation electrification. It's a key strategy that we have to achieving our greenhouse gas reduction goals. I wanted to share briefly about how these efforts are linked. So there's a lot going on in the state, and it's not always clear how things are linked. Our team project really is trying to get at that point. It's our effort to map and understand the transportation electrification landscape in Oregon. There's a lot of work being done and some good investments and programs that are making advancements. However, who's doing what, the connections and gaps are not always clear. So we hired a consultant to capture high-level work in the state, and from that, we're identifying opportunities that we can better align, areas where we need to push harder, and helping to sort out roles and responsibilities. The TINA effort, or Transportation Electrification Infrastructure Needs Analysis, and I think you can see why we call it TINA for short, furthers this work by focusing on public charging infrastructure. We're looking at charging needs for light vehicles to meet state goals and considering charging needs for medium and heavy duty transit and micromobility, so biking and walking. From this work, we'll develop recommendations about where and how we need to start prioritizing charging. To enable the TINA work to be a reality, we're helping to put our money where our mouth is. I'm very excited today to debut to you our community charging grant program. This program will focus on stopgap funding to get electric vehicle charging stations installed in locations where existing charging demand may not warrant them. This gets to the chicken and the egg conundrum to make sure that there is adequate charging in rural areas and for low income and Black, Indigenous, people of color communities. That in turn incentivizes more people to be willing to switch to electric vehicles. So these are just some of the ways that we're supporting electrification. We have many other ongoing efforts. But there are many players besides ODOT that help to make transportation electrification a reality in the state, including utilities, charging companies, local jurisdictions, other state agencies, and more. So we see our role at ODOT as helping to convene these groups to collectively move transportation electrification forward in Oregon. Next slide, please. So this pretty picture, I think you are all well familiar with. You've seen it recently as we went over the Statewide Transportation Improvement Program, or STIP, funding decisions. The executive order directs ODOT and the OTC to add a greenhouse gas reduction lens to STIP decisions. Accordingly, we developed the trade-off analysis and assessed the impacts of different funding choices on greenhouse gas emissions and other outcomes. You gaveled down on that final funding scenario in December, but our work on the greenhouse gas lens still continues. Next slide. We're working closely with ODOT project delivery, program managers, and others responsible for identifying and scoping projects. We're determining where and how to focus our efforts. So this is really, how do we apply the greenhouse gas lens to project selection? At this time, we're not looking at embedded emissions. So embedded emissions means pollution from the materials and fuels used to construct the project. I'll talk about our research on this topic in a moment. Our focus for project selection is on how people may use the transportation system differently as a result of the project. So changes in vehicle miles traveled, reduced stops and starts, and increased multimodal use, for example. This means we'll focus more on programs like Enhance and probably less on programs like Fix It. We've already developed a tool to help steer projects towards greenhouse gas reduction and sent that to the people that are making the decisions. It includes a list of attributes known to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and encourage project sponsors to scope in elements when at all possible. We're also working on other tools and analysis process to evaluate the programmatic and cumulative emissions across projects, with an ultimate goal of reducing overall emissions in the 24 through 27 STIP as compared to the 21 through 24 STIP. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we're not currently looking at embedded emissions as part of the STIP, but we will likely in the future after we complete this greenhouse gas reduction inventory. The greenhouse gas inventory will look at emissions from the materials and fuels we use to build projects and maintain our assets. We have a consultant hired to conduct an independent inventory and to make recommendations. Recommendations will be based on the potential to reduce carbon balanced against other important factors, like lifespan differences. So in other words, how long a material will last before it needs to be replaced, cost, and other factors. We'll work with an advisory group of internal and external stakeholders to agree on recommendations and develop a phased in and predictable approach that allows industry to adapt. Next slide, please. So I know you're a little behind schedule, so I'll just spend a short amount of time on this topic, but we wanted to remind you that we have a large effort underway on adaptation. We're developing a strategic action plan or roadmap to identify how we can best prepare the transportation system and respond to climate change impacts, including floods, landslides, sea level rise, and as you heard about from Mac earlier this morning, wildfires. This effort is currently underway and will conclude in the spring of next year. This effort is really focused on ODOT and our adaptation activities, but I anticipate follow-on work from this to partner with local jurisdictions on adaptation overall, including evacuation routes and other topics. Next slide, please. Many of the work items I just talked about were precipitated by or listed in the statewide transportation strategy, the executive order, our multi-agency climate work plan called Every Mile Counts, or the strategic action plan. It's sometimes hard for people to see the big picture when all of these actions are included in different sources. So we're pulling all of the current planned and future actions into one place and creating a 5-year ODOT climate action plan. I included a list of ongoing and potential actions in attachment 2 of today's agenda materials. As you can see, we have a lot more going on than just the executive order actions that I highlighted earlier. So if you take a look at attachment 2, you'll see that pretty comprehensive list there. Next slide, please. So over the next 3 months, we will refine that list that's included in the commission packet, provide more context to why we'd focus in certain areas, and really narrow in on what actions are doable, urgent, and foundational over that 5-year period. Our list of actions span climate mitigation, adaptation, and sustainability, so kind of the 3 categories of the Climate Office in general. Not just activities within the authority of the Climate Office, but activities that ODOT will engage in overall. So no matter what division, unit, region, or group, this is our overall commitment to climate. We will focus at the highest level to how we can continue to integrate climate and climate equity into everything we do, including our statewide policies and plans and our investment programs. We also pinpoint specific actions around transportation electrification, increasing use of low and no carbon modes, so biking, walking, public transportation, making the system more efficient overall, and implementing pricing mechanisms. As part of all these efforts, we know we need to hold ourselves accountable and track our progress, making adjustments along the way to affect as much change as possible. So performance measures obviously is a key. As noted in attachment, we are accepting public comments on the draft list of actions, and we're setting up some engagement events within the next few months. And we'll bring back the final climate action plan for your perusal in June or around that time frame. Next slide, please. So with that, happy to take any questions or comments and turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Director Peets. Are there questions from the commission? I need to get where I can see the commission. Julie, any questions?
None at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Sharon?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Smith speaking. Amanda, I just wanted to thank you for your work and what great accomplishments in just a year, and I look forward to continued efforts on your part and our part to move this agenda forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith.
I agree. There's a lot here and there's a lot of work to do, and your leadership is noticed and recognized, and we appreciate it, and look forward to continuing to collaborate. There's a lot ahead in this area. I just mentioned as one example that we're now seeing major automobile manufacturers here in the last few months announcing that they are going to phase down and phase out the internal combustion engine and go to all non-ICE fleet or offering of at least I think light. I don't know about all of their truck lines, but a lot of their vehicles, if not all, will be going to electric and other non-GHG producing vehicles. So that's an example of actions that are occurring elsewhere that are going to affect the country and the world, including on environmental matters. And so we look forward to partnering more broadly as a lot of initiatives are taken both in the public sector and in the private sector. And that's one of the things I remind myself often is that we have a broad and increasingly broad range of entities that are interested in making progress on GHG emissions, and we're one of them, but the array of those who are focused on this is broadening. So we look forward to your leadership, your counsel, and partnering to make progress in the areas we've identified and in the areas that we have not yet identified, because I think there will be that this is definitely a evolving landscape that we're working on and working within. So thank you, Amanda, very much, and thank your team. And on to year 2 of your office.
Thank you.
We're going to move now to a brief report on the Interstate Bridge Replacement Project from the administrator of that program, Greg Johnson. Greg, are you with us? Your slideshow is with us. Greg, we're not hearing you if you're speaking, so I don't know what the issue is.
So I am trying to get
I can hear you now.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. So let me get into a little better lighting situation. So
you were silhouetted. Now we can see you. Thanks, Greg.
So thank you for the invite to provide an update on activities on the Interstate Bridge program. I have with me the Deputy Administrator, Ray Mabey, who is going to also speak to a couple of slides. So we'll get started and leave room for questions. So next slide, please. So this is our program timeline, and this recognizes the information that was gathered earlier in the CRC, the Columbia River Crossing Program, and recognizing that that program had ended in 2014, and in 2019, the governors of both states restarted the effort and dubbed it the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. So we are right now in the middle of the planning and environmental phase. We are working on what is known as purpose and need for the project, and Ray Mabey is going to walk us through the purpose and need. So our timeline, we're looking for a federal record of decision sometime in 2024, which will allow us to go into design and right away and begin construction in 2025. But you will see the bottom line at the bottom of the slide. Community engagement is tremendously important throughout, and we have a number of techniques that we are using to reach out and make sure that we are hearing from and presenting information to the community in a robust way. So next slide. So if I can ask Ray Mabey to jump in and go through these next 2 slides.
Yes, thank you, Greg. For the record, my name is Ray Mabey. I have the privilege of serving as the Assistant Administrator for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. and as a state bridge engineer. The slide that Greg previously showed had that one flag that shows where we are, and that flag definitely denotes an area of intensive community engagement as we're working on purpose and needs. As Greg mentioned, the previous effort achieved a record of decision that was based on a locally preferred alternative that met the purpose and need that was defined at that time. Many things have changed since then, though, including an increased focus on the environment and climate, and focus on social issues, including equity. While some things have changed, the transportation problems previously identified still remain, which is why we're here. And this has been confirmed by our partners and what we're hearing from our community engagement efforts. We're focused on updating the purpose and need informed by these changes. This work will determine the level of environmental documentation we need to move forward, whether it's a reevaluation or supplemental EIS. And along with purpose and need, we're developing community vision and values to capture those community values today. We're doing this work with much appreciated support and input from our executive steering group, our community advisory group, our equity advisory group, community input, as well as the bi-state legislative committee. Our target is to have an updated purpose and need and vision and values in the spring, late spring of this year. Next slide, please. Great, thank you. This slide diagrams the process that I just spoke of. We're working hard to evaluate the prior work, and at the same time we're evaluating that prior work, we're trying to extract as much value out of the work as possible. We're wanting to understand what's changed in the regulatory and planning policies that exist today. We're looking at changes in the data, the traffic volumes, and projections, and understanding what the community values are to update that purpose and need. We're going to seek and incorporate feedback as we update that purpose and need and vision and values. Those will be used to help establish screening criteria to evaluate design alternatives and hone in on a locally preferred alternative. Next slide, please. Great, thank you. While the last slide diagrammed the process, this slide lays out a high-level schedule. As I shared, we're targeting late spring for an updated purpose and need and vision and values. Development and screening of design alternatives will actually proceed throughout the remainder of this year, after that into mid-next year, which will hone in on that locally preferred alternative. And throughout this effort, as Greg mentioned, we're intensely and intentionally engaging the community. In the next slides, Greg will share some of our recent efforts and what we're hearing.
So this slide speaks to the advisory groups. These advisory groups were formed. The executive steering group was formed last November and has met monthly since that time. The equity advisory group and community advisory groups were formed in December, and they have been meeting since January. And because we are in this critical time frame of establishing purpose and need, they are meeting twice a month to give us input and feedback. So the equity advisory group, their charge is to make sure that, number one, the program's processes and our approach are equitable. And then decisions that are made, the equity advisory groups looks at those decisions to make sure that if there is a unbalanced effect on historically underserved and underrepresented communities, it's brought to our attention for correction. So the community advisory group, once again, they are community-based organization, folks who sit on this team, as well as 8 members of the public from both sides of the river. And they are meeting and having robust discussions on purpose and need and vision and values. Next slide. So February was a tremendously busy month for our team. We had numerous conversations outside of the community advisory and equity advisory groups. We had an interactive survey that attracted 9,000 different individuals who left us nearly 15,000 open-ended comments. We had online open houses with videos and virtual boards and comment forums. We had 4 virtual community briefings, one of those being in Spanish. So the purpose of these outreach efforts are to reach a broader set of the community as possible. So we are looking for their participation and feedback. Everyone couldn't sit on the community advisory group or equity advisory group, but they can still have their voice heard through participating in our website, which is interstatebridge.org, and it is a very robust website, which we are getting a ton of traffic going to it, looking at numerous things that are featured on the website. Next slide. So our outreach to the underrepresented communities, we think, is very, very strong. We have a commitment to language accessibility. We are advertising in 8 different languages that have been identified in the Vancouver and Portland areas as significant. Our interactive survey was in 8 languages, and we had two languages that were done digitally. The 8 languages are hard copy documents. Our commitment for these efforts are strong, and once again, the equity advisory group is giving us guidance and making sure that we are being equitable, whether it's to folks who have English as a second language, or folks who are disabled and not necessarily able to read visually some of the information that we are projecting. We also have community engagement liaisons, folks that are directly connected with their community and the networks within those community to distribute materials, and they assisted with the interactive survey, but they also serve as a general resource to get program information into corners of the community that had generally been ignored or not been heard from in such programs. Next slide, please. So once again, our direct outreach to community organizations, we email over 330 organizations in February. And that's a continuing effort to keep those organizations up to speed on what we're doing. We've had direct follow-up with a number of organizations. I've made several presentations to unique groups who have requested more personal information and a chance to interact with myself and the team. But we're specifically reaching out to folks who are experiencing houselessness, disabilities, communities of concern, and neighborhood groups. So our invitation is ongoing to provide community presentations, once again, to keep folks informed and involved in the program. Because at the end of this, we don't want anyone to say, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't have a chance to weigh in. So we are going all in on our engagement process. Next slide. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. The one thing I do want to mention is our key dates and a date that we will seek to come back to the commission is towards the end of May. We will be looking at finalizing purpose and need and vision and values and taking that to the bi-state group. But we would once again like to come before this body and present where that issue is going for any final comments.
Thank you, Administrator Johnson. We appreciate that, and we certainly invite you back and would like to hear an update once you're at that stage. So we will see you in May, or I guess at the latest soon thereafter. Are there questions of the commission to this panel?
Chair, if I may?
Yes, Commissioner Brown.
So I just wanted to Greg and Ray for this presentation. One of the questions I had.
Julie, you muted yourself somehow.
Yeah, I was getting feedback, sorry.
That's all right.
I just wanted to thank them. My biggest question was, and they answered it, was how can the public find information? And I just want to encourage everybody to go to the website because it's really well done and gives you opportunity for public feedback.
Really good comment, Commissioner. Thank you for making it. Our public input process only works if the public inputs. And so, you know, everyone needs to, everyone has an interest in this, has questions, has comments, needs to weigh in, as these gentlemen just said. So I join with my colleague, Commissioner Brown, and Mr. Johnson, Mr. Mackey, encouraging everyone to participate in the process. This has been an idea that has been before this region for at least since 2004, and we're still working on it. So that there are new voices that have arisen since 2004. We should hear from those that have commented in the past as well as those that haven't. So please participate. Other questions or comments? Okay, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We appreciate your presentation. And we will move on now to a update on strategic action plan implementation from Assistant Director Tripper Brown and Urban Mobility Deputy Director Della Mosier. So welcome.
Great, thank you very much. Can folks hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Well, good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Smith. Good to see you. As indicated, I will be walking you through today the Strategic Action Plan Progress Report, and I'm going to be joined by my colleague, Urban Mobility Office Deputy Director Della Mosier, who will walk you through a bit of a deeper dive on one aspect of the work we're doing. So just a little bit of background to refresh your memory. As you'll recall, back in December, the Commission gave us pretty clear guidance on our strategic action plan and set some pretty ambitious goals. We committed to you that we would come back every 3 to 4 months, pretty much every other Commission meeting, to give you an overview of the work that we've done to date on the plan's 10 strategic outcome areas, as well as where things are going well, but also where we're encountering challenges. And this is the first such of these reports. A couple things to note before we jump into going over the highlights. First, we thought that in addition to walking you through the status of all the outcome areas, it'd be helpful to feature 1 or 2 outcome areas for a bit of a deeper dive every time that we come before you. Our thinking is that this way you'll get a bit more of a detailed refresher on the various outcome areas every few months. The first of these that we thought would be good to highlight today is the congestion reduction in the Portland region work that the Urban Mobility Office is leading. Hence why Della is joining me, and I'm going to turn the floor over to her momentarily. Also, the other thing I'd flag for you is rather than hand off slides back and forth to ADs, assistant directors, each time. Oh, and you know what? I realized I forgot to introduce myself, so apologies, but I am Assistant Director, Cooper Brown, Assistant Director for Operations for ODOT. And my apologies for not getting that on the record at the outset. But rather than hand off slides back and forth when we walk you through these progress reports, each time we present them, our thinking was that we would rotate and have one assistant director walk you through each time. I drew the short straw today, but next time it might be Lindsay, it might be Travis, it might be Nicotris. This said, all the assistant directors are on the line and they're available to answer any questions you might have, as well as we have the outcome leads for each effort. So with that, next slide, please. So here's the run show for this agenda item. 3 things we're hoping to go over and achieve. 1, we want to review all the outcome areas, highlight our congestion reduction work is the second bullet there, and then share with you our ongoing communication efforts around the plan itself, both internally and externally. Next slide, please. These are the top line stats. 3 months into the effort, we're largely on schedule, so that's the good news. Only 2 of our 28 implementing actions are off target. And I think it'd be helpful, since there's a lot of terms and the terms matter in our strategic action plan, to just refresh your memory on the breakout of the terminology, if you will. So as you may recall, there are 10 strategic outcome areas that we're working on to achieve by 2023 in the plan. So an example is improving access to public and active transportation. That's the outcome that we're trying to achieve, and there are 10 of these in the plan. So we'll achieve these outcomes by implementing actions for each of these 10 outcome areas. And there might be several implementing actions for each. So an example of an action would be establishing a baseline of funding currently going to biking, walking, and transit. There are 28 of these actions spread across the 10 outcome areas. For each of these actions, there are subordinate milestones that we need to hit. So for example, developing a list of dedicated funding programs per mode, that would be one of those actions. And there are 65 of these milestones, that would be one of those milestones. And there are 65 of these milestones spread across the 28 actions. So just to give you a little bit of context on what you're seeing there with those stats. That's the way that we structured it and that you all structured it. So with that, let me jump to a bit of the highlights. Next slide, please. So these highlights are reflected in the first page of the progress report that you all received as part of your meeting package. And these are the milestones that have been completed between December and March 1st. And just to quickly run through them, you can read them there on the screen. But contracting was completed to bring consultants on board to advance a number of the efforts, to include our greenhouse gas emissions reductions work, electrification, congestion management, and transformative technologies, rather. As you know, we've applied a greenhouse gas lens to inform the 24 to 27 STIP program funding allocation conversations that you've all had over the last several commission meetings. On broadband, we've established a steering team and are in the process of procuring a consultant to help us flesh out our strategy. We've done a lot of work around our budget gaps. Namely, each of our divisions has developed operating plans that will get us a long way towards closing that remaining gap. And of course, we're moving forward on the NEPA work for I-205 project and for tolling. And Della's going to go into that probably a little bit more detailed here in a second. We also wanted to make sure that we're fully transparent and talking about where we've changed dates or where we anticipate some slippage to occur. There are two of these to note in this progress report. 2 of those 28 implementing actions that have had to have been adjusted. The first is around the work that Assistant Director Perkins has been leading to develop a social equity engagement framework that will inform how ODOT delivers its projects moving forward. 2 of the milestones that were set forth this month have not been achieved and have been bumped out to early summer. The progress has been made on identifying the initial potential progress to test this equity framework against, if you will, but we didn't land a final list as we anticipated to have done by March 1st. Staff capacity was the reason for this. It limited our progress, but I am happy to report that we have identified an individual and brought that individual on board, and they're hitting the ground running to help us get this work back on track. And ultimately, I don't think we'll be able, I guess another way to put it, we will absorb this slippage and still hit the expected completion date of the end of this year for this outcome area. Next slide, I think I'm on slide 6 now. Thank you. The other date that's been adjusted has to do with the roadmap we're developing to address the agency's budget gap, which I mentioned a moment ago. The roadmap is under development, and we expect we'll be able to close the budget gap by about $500 million through 2027. Additional work is underway to address the remaining $200 million gap. Some reductions will also require legislative action. So staff will address closing this remainder of the gap by the end of 2022, while being responsive to those ongoing conversations, as well as obviously the overall economic situation as it evolves. So those are the two things that were adjusted, and those have been highlighted in yellow. With that, let me jump to the next slide. And as promised, I will now turn the floor over to Urban Mobility Office Deputy Director Della Mosier to do a bit of a deeper dive on our congestion reduction in the Portland region work that she and her team have been doing over the last few months. So with that, Della, the floor is yours.
Welcome, Della.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Chair Van Brocklin, Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Smith, my name is Della Mosier, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Urban Mobility Office. As Cooper mentioned, the strategic action plan outcome we're highlighting today is to reduce congestion in the Portland region. The measure of this outcome is to make investments in projects and programs that will reduce the hours of congestion a driver experiences on the system by 2023. To meet this outcome, we have specific actions we plan to complete in the next couple of years. And for today, we will focus on milestones we are working on in 2021, shown there on the left part of this slide. Next slide, please. The map you see before you today should be a very familiar one that Office Director Brennan Fenn and I have shared with this commission at a few meetings at your direction and guidance over the past several months, and with our partner stakeholders and the legislature's Joint Committee on Transportation. The proposed investments shown on this map strive to address congestion in the Portland area comprehensively by not just pushing bottlenecks around, but by managing demand and generating revenue for strategic investments through our system-wide toll program. At the northeast portion of the map, where I-205 crosses the Columbia River at the Glen Jackson Bridge, you'll see, or you might be able to see, a note that refers to the I-205 Bus on Shoulder pilot project. Our friends in Region 1 have partnered with CTRAN and WashDOT to create this pilot where buses use the shoulder when traffic is moving slower than 35 miles an hour. We also plan to launch a pilot of Bus on Shoulder on I-5 this fall in the Wilsonville area. It's located near the southern portion of this map. Additionally, as we've shared with you during an Urban Mobility Office update in May of last year, the Rose Quarter team continues to look at how to incorporate Bus on Shoulder routes by designing wider inside shoulders on I-5 near the northern portion of this map. The next outcome I'd like to cover is the toll program and the initiation of the preliminary environmental linkage work for system-wide tolling. And I'll say that again, preliminary environmental linkage, which is frequently referred to as the PEL, is a pre-NEPA phase that we engage in to set up the official NEPA process for system-wide tolling. Earlier this year, our toll program director, Lucinda Broussard, worked with our federal highways partners to establish a path forward to evaluate both the I-205 toll project, which is shown on the lower right portion of the map, concurrently with the system-wide toll work. The system-wide toll work extends on I-5 from the Boone Bridge area at the south portion of the map north to about Going Street up just past the Rose Quarter project, and along I-205 at the south end where it connects to I-5, and to the north up at the Columbia River where the Glen Jackson Bridge is. On the topic of I-205, and I'd like to bring you back to the southern portion of the map, the smaller I-205 toll project overlays the I-205 OR 213 to Stafford Road construction project. Phase 1 of this project is headed to bid later this year, and we have heard from our contracting community that there is interest in having more than one bid package for this initial phase of the work. Under the leadership of Project Director Mandy Putney, the Urban Mobility Office looks forward to collaborating with the contracting community on a bundled approach to delivering Phase 1. And we look to lean into these conversations at our upcoming industry outreach event scheduled for early April. Moving on to the I-5 Rose Quarter project, you heard earlier this year from Rose Quarter Project Director Megan Channel that the Rose Quarter project met some significant milestones recently. These include a finding of no significant impact from our federal highways partners for the environmental work, or NEPA phase, as well as notice to proceed to Hamilton Sunt Joint Venture, who is the CMGC, which stands for Construction Manager / General Contractor for the project. The CMGC has joined the Rose Quarter team and is working closely with our design consultants to innovate on cost and schedule savings at this very early phase of design. What is not shown on this map are our intentional efforts around engaging our communities, partners, and stakeholders, as these investments are not meant to only address congestion, but to address equity and incorporate climate goals differently than we have in the past. Next slide, please. The next milestones related to the strategic action plan outcome for the year of 2021 are for us to create an integrated communication strategy to inform the comprehensive congestion management and mobility plan by working with local partners, stakeholders, legislators, and this commission. We also plan to continue working with our friends in Region 1 and our partners at CTRAN and WashDOT to create before and after reports regarding shoulder use, travel time savings, and safety and incidents for the I-205 bus and shoulder pilot at the Glen Jackson Bridge later this year. And finally, we will continue our environmental and planning work to develop system-wide tolling that will allow us to both manage congestion and raise revenue for priority projects on the interstate system. With that, I'll turn it back to Cooper to close us out.
Cooper, thank you very much, Della. Cooper, before you continue, I'd like to welcome Vice Chair Simpson to our meeting. Welcome, Commissioner. And Assistant Director Brown, floor is yours.
All righty, thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Vice Chair Simpson. Next slide, please, Sabrina. So we're at that stage where we're asking you all for your feedback on both the substance of this progress report, to include all the outcomes, milestones, and actions that I ran you through rather quickly, as well as any questions that you have for Della or your mobility office team on the congestion reduction work that they've done. The other thing I would ask for is if you have any concerns or comments or feedback on the reports itself. This is the first time that we're presenting this to you. And if you'd like us to tweak it in the way we present it, in the way that we report this material, happy to do that. I think we've had a little bit of that conversation late last year when we were developing these tools, but certainly welcome that feedback as well. And then I'll just flag, after hearing your feedback, I do have a couple more slides just to go over quickly the communication work that the team's been doing around the strategic action plan, as well as just reviewing next steps and when we'll come back before you. So with that, though, welcome your thoughts and feedback. And Mr. Chair, I believe you might have been muted.
Thank you. Well, I'll just start and invite comments from others. That was a great report. I congratulate the team, which I know is broad, on your progress on implementation. Obviously, you're trying to implement, as I was foreshadowing my comments to earlier today on the climate report, in an environment that continues to change. And we've also had, obviously, significant, I would say, impediments with respect to the COVID pandemic, the fires, and now the ice and snow damage. So those have been areas where that necessitated a lot of time and effort and the commitment of a lot of people in the agency. But nonetheless, I think the work is good. On your question about the format for the report, you might consider some kind of a scorecard or a dashboard format. We've used those in the past, for example, on implementation of House Bill 2017. So that might be a place to look for things that you could send us periodically that become, which could be used in our meetings, but also could be used between our meetings. And now that we've got kind of an every other month format on our meetings, you may find that you want to provide updates between meetings that would be valuable to us to review. And having a standardized format for that might be useful, so we know what to look at and where to look. So just worth thinking about how we've done this in the past and not reinvent the wheel where we don't need to reinvent it, but obviously reinvent the wheel where you need to. So those are my comments. Are there other comments?
I have a quick one, Chair.
Sure, Vice Chair.
And sorry for my tardiness today, but I was just playing fireman this morning, so
it happens.
Appreciate your patience in welcoming me at the 10:30 hour. But Coop, the rest of the team, I've already looked through the docs, but I had a real quick comment as it pertains to, and if I'm turning my head because I'm looking at one of my other screens to try to read. I was curious about as it relates to this congestion management strategy in Portland. I think we're on this commission fully aware and supportive of everything staff is doing that is very innovative and is evolving the agency and essentially trying to address a lot of needs in the community and address a lot of concerns that people have raised as it pertains to ODOT's role in communities. But I'm going to poke again back at communications, because I think it's really good that we can share these great things that we're working on and the shifts that we're embracing on internally, but how are we strategically communicating that outwardly? And I think one of the areas was talking about integrating communication strategy and working with the partners. And so I'm just curious about a little bit more around that piece as it relates to some of the next steps that are on the horizon. Can you kind of fly over what that would look like for me, please?
You bet. And if I may, Chairman Brockman, Vice Chair Simpson, maybe I can jump to the next slide and just kind of walk you through what we're doing in that space and see if that answers your question. And if it doesn't, I'm happy to provide more, and also have Lindsay on the line who can jump in and fill any gaps that I miss. So communications is a critical piece, as you mentioned. And we've been doing a handful of things on that front. We continue to execute our communications plan, as we've been calling it, transitioning from phase 1 into phase 2 soon. Phase 1 of our comms plan has really focused on socializing what the strategic action plan is, both internally and externally with our audiences. We've worked closely with our leadership and ODOT staff to ensure what a good understanding, that there is a good understanding of the action plan, why it exists, what it's intended to deliver. That's been the core of our efforts to date. I think we're at the moment where we're going to turn the corner into a new phase where we focus less on what the strategic action plan is and more on how it relates to individuals, professions, advocacy organizations, work units, again, both internal and external. What we want is for people to see themselves in the strategic action plan. I think a little bit to what you're getting at, Vice Chair Simpson, and understand how they fit into it, and most importantly, spur the question, what can I do to help internally and externally? Our comms team, a little bit more specifically to your point, continues to work closely with our strategic outcome leads. They've been identifying successes and moments, however great or small, to promote the work and draw the clear connection between the strategic action plan and how those efforts really impact the lives of Oregonians. So that work is all kind of where we are. I'd say the mechanisms we've used, as you see on the slide, internally we have we've had several town halls. We have a management toolkit. We've been doing a pretty significant press externally, in particular with our advisory groups. And I guess the other thing I would flag here in this space, a little bit to your point, Chair Van Brockland, and this goes to the next slide, so maybe if you can just jump onto that one, Sabrina. What we envision in the direction we received from you all back in January, or December rather, was to come back in July with the performance metric and web dashboard. So we are working on that web dashboard. I'd say it's up. We're refining it and hope to have that in a kind of full state by July. And that's when we'll come back and walk you through that in a more fulsome way. In terms of this reporting tool, to your point, Chair Van Brockland, we have tried to base it on the reporting that we did for House Bill 17. The actual report, you might see familiarity with the House Bill 17 reports that you all received, in particular in that front page that provides kind of a top line overview, a highlight. It's I think largely copy and pasted in terms of format from that. But we'll certainly go back and look at other ways that we've delivered the House Bill 17 reporting to make sure that, to your point, we're not reinventing. If it's not broke, don't fix it. If we don't have to reinvent things, let's not. So that's what I'd have to say for those two questions. But I want to make sure that Lindsay has a chance to weigh in if there's anything more that she'd like to add on the communications piece to your question, Vice Chair Van Brockland, if that's okay with you, Chair.
That's fine with me. Both my question and the Vice Chair's. Anything, Lindsay, that you'd like to add on this, we'd appreciate. I agree with the Vice Chair. I'm sure everyone on the commission feels this way, that communication internally and externally is a huge piece of this. It can be the greatest plan. We're doing fantastic implementation work, and if nobody knows about it, that's really not going to work. We're going through a lot of change, and we need to be over communicating, if anything. So with that, Lindsay.
Certainly. So first of all, good morning, Chair Van Brockland, members of the Commission. For the record, Lindsay Baker with the Oregon Department of Transportation. Yeah, so I think a couple of pieces I want to kind of tease apart from the question, Vice Chair, that you raised. So I'll draw a little bit of a distinction. I recognize that these are, necessarily very related conversations, but I will draw a little bit of a distinction between that, which is communications around the strategic action plan as a broad plan, a broad document, a broad body of work, and that which is communications coming out of the Urban Mobility Office specific to the projects included in the programs included in the Comprehensive Congestion Management Plan, which is a strategic outcome. So again, recognizing that they're very related, they're very interwoven with one another, and one sort of builds upon the other, but they are sort of distinct in terms of the discrete efforts, I suppose I would say, around the strategic action plan comms and then the Urban Mobility Office comms. So that's kind of thing number one. Thing number two, I believe, as Assistant Director Brown noted, we are working on that kind of more communications style and communications tool kind of progress report and dashboard. That's something that we continue to build and refine over time, that will be publicly available on both the website, and also we will be using to kind of promote the work that we're doing under the strategic action plan as that kind of broader body of work. And I guess perhaps the last thing I would note, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, around the sort of broader strategic communications disposition that we've talked about for a while now, is that it is a fundamental change, right? It is a dispositional change in how we approach the work. So not to say that it's not continuing to move forward, because it is, but it will be, I think, on a longer term horizon than perhaps what we have been working with in the past. And so that work continues to move forward. We've got folks, the Urban Mobility Office, I think, hired a communications director. We're getting very integrated between the director's office and the Urban Mobility Office in terms of our level of coordination, kind of what our strategic planning is, how these all of these different efforts dovetail in with one another. And that work does continue to move forward. And I'd be happy to talk in more detail now or in a future commission meeting, perhaps, about more specifics around that. So with that, I might take a pause and see if there's any questions or any additional illumination I can bring to this conversation.
Mr. Vice Chair, further follow-up?
No, I'm sure if something else comes to mind, I'll offline it with Lindsay or others that are involved in the communication strategy. So thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you. Other questions from the commission? So we adopted this the end of last year. I think we're making good progress. Obviously, we want to keep this moving. We're on a short time frame, and there are a lot of eyes on a lot of these issues, if not all of these issues. So we want to be clearly making progress, and I think we are. Assistant Director Brown, I'll turn it back to you if you have any closing comments.
Mr. Chair, I don't appreciate the time this morning and look forward to continuing the conversation with you on the great work that the team's doing in all these spaces in July. And in the meantime, if needed, however needed.
Okay, thank you very much, all of you, for your comments, and we appreciate the effort and look forward to continuous updates on this work. So we are somehow slightly ahead, and so I think we take our 10-minute break now and come back at 11 sharp, and we will get going again. Thank you. Thanks, Cooper.
Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website at www.webex.com.
Okay, it's 11. Julie, are you back? Commissioner Smith, are you back? Here we go. Okay, welcome back. I'm seeing Commissioner Simpson, Commissioner Brown. Hang on.
Chair, I'm right here. Chair, you see me? Chair, I'm right here.
I'm seeing you, man. And believe me, it's a great comfort. Good to have you in the room, virtual room. So we will start, and I believe based on some texting this morning that I turned the item G over to Deputy Director Browser. Is that right?
Yes.
Brower,
Thank
sorry.
you.
I have a partner. I have a law partner named. It's too long a story, but I get your name confused with his sometimes. So welcome, and we're on to a group of financial reports here and decision points.
Yes, thank you, Chair Van Brockland, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Travis Brower. I'm the ODOT Assistant Director for Revenue, Finance, and Compliance. We're going to be focused for much of the next couple of hours on a series of financial conversations. We've had a number of these in recent months, and this is the last meeting where this will likely be a significant portion of the agenda, as we hope to finish these off today by getting your approval on how to spend some additional federal COVID relief money, how to allocate some additional money in the current STIP, and then also how to specifically direct the money the Commission has set aside for enhanced highway projects in the STIP. I'm going to be your MC today. I'll introduce each topic and then turn it over to the relevant presenters. But before we did that, we wanted to give you a little bit of additional detail and context about some of the conversations we've had recently about modal equity and ensuring that we have sufficient funding for public and active transportation. Next slide, please. You recall that we had a number of these conversations last fall, and they culminated in December with the Commission making a significant investment, increasing our funding in the non-highway category. You increased that funding nearly $100 million, or about 60% of the previous level of funding. But it's important to note that there is a lot more to our funding for public and active transportation modes, as the STIP is really just a fairly small component of the money that is directed into that part of the transportation system. Next slide, please. Over the last couple of months, we did some analysis looking at forecasting the total funding available for public and active transportation in 2025 through 2027, the same period as the STIP. We were looking really only at the dedicated federal and state funding, not including local funding, or even the flexible federal funding that goes largely to our metropolitan planning organizations, as much of that funding ends up going to public or active transportation. And of course, some of our funding in categories like the All-Roads Transportation Safety Program and Fix-It projects also go to investments in active transportation. When we did this analysis, we found that the total investment of dedicated federal and state funding in public and active transportation has grown significantly, and it totals out now to $1.28 billion over this 3-year period. Only about 20% of that money is that STIP non-highway category. In addition, the Commission has made significant investments in the ADA category within the STIP, but there's also some other categories that fell outside of the STIP funding allocation. Federal Transit Administration provides significant funding to public transportation in Oregon, as does the new Statewide Transportation Improvement Fund, the STIF, which is actually the largest single source of funding now for public and active transportation. And then there's also a small amount for non-highway modes as well. This makes this the largest category, the fastest growing category of funding in the STIP and other investment areas, as there is now significant investment being made in these areas, thanks to the additional investments you made in the 24-27 STIP,
as well as the additional investments that were made by the legislature. Next slide, please. We did a comparison just to see how much funding is going in ODOT's budget and the STIP toward some of these public and active transportation programs. As I noted before, it's about $1.28 billion over this 3-year period. And that makes it now comparable to the amount of money that the Commission allocated for the 3 main highway categories of enhanced highway, fix-it, and safety. Now, I want to make it really clear, I'm not implying that we're spending as much money or more money on public and active transportation as we are on highway programs, as it's really hard to do a apples-to-apples comparison given the local funding, the state highway fund apportionments, maintenance funding, all of those types of funding. It's just to note that the non-highway dedicated state and federal funding is now on a comparable level with those major highway categories in the STIP. Next slide, please. But it's really important to note that we have to really consider that in relationship to need, and understanding that really the amount of money that is going into the STIP and other programs across the system is really only a fraction of the reasonable, feasible need that really needs to be addressed. Last year, we worked through our climate office and modeled how we were doing across a number of outcome areas that are shown here, and how much of the need within those outcome areas we were meeting. The Climate Office updated those numbers, and as you can see, we're meeting just a fraction of need across all these various categories. Across all these outcome areas, we're really still failing to really even get above about 30% in most of these categories. So there's a lot more investment needed to meet our goals for transportation. Next slide, please. When we dive down into individual program categories and do a little bit of a more specific dive, what you'll see is that we have significant funding gaps in all of these areas. If you look at those top 3 lines, the bridges, pavement, and culverts, the major fix-it programs, you'll see that we have about $500 million in annual shortfall need that we're not meeting on an annual basis. Compared to the amount of money that is provided in the STIP, even with the additional money that was put in by HB 2017. Similarly, we have only a small fraction of the money available to address congestion, which is why in the Comprehensive Congestion Management Plan, we're turning to tolling, because we recognize that it will be very difficult to achieve the level of funding we need without looking for new revenue mechanisms like tolling that help us manage congestion and fund projects. And when we look at the bicycle and pedestrian network too, we are at a point where even with the funding levels that we have provided, that you have provided, it is still going to take decades just to complete the system on state highways. And what we see in many cases with our non-highway grant programs is that every time we put money out on the street, we get multiples requests for funding for every dollar available. For example, for the Community Paths program, we had $104 million in total requests for funding for $14 million available. That's $7 in requests for every dollar available. So massive unmet need out in the community that shows. Next slide, please. And what you see is public transportation is very similar. This is a slide you've seen a couple of times. It came out of the Oregon Transportation Plan update where we looked at the need. What we see is that even with the additional investment in the STIP, which you see the white line jump there in 2018, 2019, we're meeting only a fraction of the reasonable need for public transportation to address our climate goals, to make sure we're providing multimodal accessibility, and that we're providing an equitable transportation system. So there is great need out there. So I will wrap up on that point, and then turn it over to Karen and Steve Cooley. We are going to be walking through a little bit about what we're doing in the ADA program. This is an area where we have asked, and the Commission has provided a significant amount of money in recent years. And today we're asking you for $90 million more from the COVID-19 relief funds and the 21-24 STIP update. So we thought it would be important, given the questions we got from the Commission last month, to ask or to talk a little bit today about what we're doing to be good stewards of taxpayer resources, and what we're doing to ensure that we can deliver these projects in a cost-effective manner. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I'll also turn it over to Steve and Karen to walk through their program presentation.
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question.
Commissioner Smith, please.
Thank you. Sharon speaking here. Travis, thank you. It's daunting to see where we are in terms of need and finances. Can you help me understand just at a very high level, generally, how you come to the numbers of need? Thank you.
Chairman Brockman, Commissioner Smith, thanks for that question. Most of these slides are based on the investment strategy that the Commission approved last year. So you'll recall back in July, we brought you that investment strategy, and it laid out what the need was in areas like the Fix-It program, bicycle and pedestrian, public transportation, using the background work we've been doing for years in order to demonstrate that need and determine what that need was. So the Climate Office used that as they were updating their analysis, as did I in the chart showing the specific program level gaps. So that is coming directly from work that the Commission has done in the past.
Follow up? Okay. I will say I think that investment strategy report is one of the best things we have in terms of articulating the challenge that Commissioner Smith's identifying and that you're identifying, Travis. It's a daunting thing to look at, but we just have to keep chipping away at it. And I think the new revenue sources that we have been discussing, tolling, RUC, other things, RUC with some specifics on how it's structured, all of that is going to have to be part of the solution. We got to diversify our sources. And then, as I say ad nauseum, the federal government's got to get back in this business in a much bigger way. This is, they haven't increased the gas tax, federal gas tax, since 1993. It's ridiculous. You can't have a system all over the country falling apart in all ways, all categories. We haven't even talked about airports and port facilities and water systems and all the rest of it, and just not increase funding and not focus more attention on it and talk a lot about it every year, how important it is. Well, it's important, do something. Okay, that's my vent for the morning. Travis, back to you.
Well, thank you. I will turn it over to Karen Rowe and Steve Cooley to walk through the discussion about reducing costs for ADA projects.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Karen Rowe. I'm the Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, for having me here. Also to assist me in more details, if you have other questions, is Steve Cooley, our Chief Engineer. We're here today to follow up on the discussion that you had last month on, what are we doing to control these costs? What for the ADA ramp? So I'm going to give a little bit of background. I'm going to go over what we're doing for cost reductions. I'm going to let you know what we're trying to achieve here with this settlement agreement. So there's a lot of challenges. It's been a new program that we've gotten up and running, and we're on target, and I want to let you know how we're doing. Next slide, please. So a little bit of the background here is what was in the settlement agreement. So it's a 15-year agreement. We should be done by 2032. So it's 2017 was when the agreement was signed, and we should be done by 2032. So it required us to hire an accessibility consultant to oversee the work that we did. And it required us to do an inventory, initial priority locations. In addition to replacing curb ramps, we also have to look at the pedestrian push buttons and make sure that they're accessible. Also, during construction, we need to make sure that the pedestrians have temporary ADA accessible routes. And also we needed to set up what's called a CQCR, that's questions or comments, questions, concerns, and requests. So this is a website and a phone number that was required to be set up, and it's coordinated through our Civil Rights Office. Next slide, please. So what have we done so far? So, you know, this is a big program to get it up and running. We've hired staff. We've hired the accessibility consultant. We're getting people trained. We've done an inventory. We've addressed the priority locations. We have remediated quite a bit of curb ramps, and we're taking an inventory, and we're doing it. We finished the inventory. The training is a key element here. You know, we need to train not only our inspectors, but we're training our contractors. We're training the designers. So this has been a big learning curve, right? So what does it mean to be compliant with the ramp? And our oversight consultant, the accessibility consultant, has helped us with that. But, you know, as we went out and did a few projects, pilot projects, and then we said, well, how are we doing? And some of those had to be rebuilt because of the way they were constructed. Our accessibility consultant would come out and say, nope, it doesn't meet the percent slope needed or whatever guidance was out there. So this is what we've been working on. We're creating annual reports as part of the settlement agreement. We also, you know, talk to our neighbors, peer exchange, right? So California, Caltrans had a lawsuit, and so we're coordinating with them. Minnesota has a great program, and we're coordinating with them on what they're doing, and we're making sure that, you know, we're taking the best ideas we have. There's also an ODOT ADA roundtable where we have 25 different public entities nationally, and we meet on a quarterly basis, and we create a forum for best practices and challenges. So we try to learn from each other. Next slide, please. So some of our challenges, you know, it takes a while to get this program started up, right? We need to identify what this means, how this looks, get people trained, do a few, learn from it, incorporate the lessons learned. And then, you know, original estimate of right-of-way, that's that RW shown, was a lot less than what we thought it would be. So as we went through this, if you see the picture there, it's not only the right-of-way needed for the ramp, but it's the right-of-way needed for the temporary pedestrian access. So, you know, we went around and took an inventory of all the ramps that need to be upgraded. But then as we started to construct them and look at the construction and the design, we realized, wow, we have a lot more right-of-way than we expected. So we've been identifying what projects we can get done. We've identified the funding that's needed in each of the years. And so, you know, now you're seeing the big funding asks. And the reason why is because we're getting going. We're replacing a lot of ramps, and we've learned a lot of things, and we're getting them out the door. So that's where the segmented funding is. We needed to identify what ramps we need to upgrade. We need to get the design done, and we need to make sure we have the funding available to get these projects out the door. So you'll see at the end, I'll identify how we're spending that funding. Also with COVID-19, one of the challenges there was we have a training effort, and we certify people in order to be able to inspect these ramps. And part of the contractors in our inspection team need to do this. Well, part of the training had field training. So with COVID-19, we had to adjust the training to take out the field element because we couldn't get together. So the virtual training had to be adjusted, and it just reduced the number of participants we had in that training. But we're back up and running again. Also, the wildfires, part of our ramps we implement through our maintenance forces and our maintenance offices, and we've had to slow that down with the wildfire impacts, but that's back up and running now. I'll speak a little bit to the contracts we have there later. Next slide, please. So this is what, you know, is needed for the ramp. So our settlement agreement has these milestones. In 2022, that's the first 5 years from when we got the program up and running, we needed 7,770 ramps. We are on target to meet that. In fact, we're looking at meeting more of that. However, we just want to make sure we overreach so that we make sure to meet the milestones that's needed in the settlement agreement. The biggest delivery of ramps is between 2022 and 2027. we will need to build 11,654. So that's one of the reasons you see the big funding asks right now. And we're coming up with new ways to deliver those ramps at a faster rate. You'll see that with our contracting methods. So then we finally should be done with upgrading 25,899 ramps. And that last 5 years is about 6,500 ramps. So we have 27,000 ramps. We need to upgrade 25,899 because they're out of compliance. But again, some of those ramps, we take one ramp and we replace it with two, is what's happening there. So this is just tells you how we're doing and what we need to do. Next slide. So how are we, you know, it's been pretty expensive to replace these ramps. I would say it's been a learning curve. There is risk bid into a lot of the projects right now. Our design team is getting up to speed on what can work and what we can do better. So we're learning from these elements right now. So we're trying to see, hey, you know, you can look on that ramp on the right. It's quite a bit of right-of-way needed, and it goes back pretty far. We're trying to see what do we need to maybe reduce that square footage, either in the ramp design or in the temporary access. So our design efforts, we're also talking to contractors, which you'll hear next, and we're incorporating that into the design. We're coordinating with the accessibility consultant to ensure also that, you know, our design changes are meeting what they're looking for. Next slide, please. So in construction, we the contractors are getting up on board, right? And we're also now delivering a lot of projects on a regular basis. We have 16 projects that are going out to add this year. We have been adding ramps into projects that we already have that we are doing. In fact, that's a requirement when we do projects. But we're able to do about 400 ramps a year on existing projects. So in order to meet that 7,700 amount, we need to make sure to do some individual projects. But, you know, the contractors are getting up to speed. They're getting staffed. They're getting educated. And so we're able to talk to them now, like, hey, what are some things we can do better? So they're getting their staff trained. They're getting experience. It's regular work. So in December 2020, we outreach to the contractors, and then we held individual contractor workshops. We're able to incorporate the feedback and suggestions. So these will be incorporated in our projects, our specifications as soon as we can, and you'll see some of the benefits of that in late 2021 and 2022. So they have recommendations on the size of projects, total number of ramps per project, design requirements related to temporary pedestrian access routes. They asked us to develop more flexibility for them, you know, not just what's in the plan, but can we come up with some ideas that would work in the field? We're trying to do daytime construction for ramps. That'll help reduce the cost where possible, and that, you know, it's safe to do so. We're developing consistent guidelines for repairs to ramps rather than just rebuilding. So we've been in this mode of we just got to meet that first milestone. So we've been in this scramble. We've been getting staffed, and now we're reaching out to construction and incorporating those changes. Next slide, please. One of the other ways, I think Commissioner Brown had the question last month on, you know, what about alternative contracting? And yes, we are looking at that. So far, we've just been trying to make sure we get projects out the door. We've been working with FHWA on coming up with creative ways to make sure we meet their requirements while still delivering a lot of projects. So we have standalone projects that I talked about. We incorporate them into our existing projects, but we also have to deliver a lot of projects on our own. We're leveraging other projects that I talked about, alternate contracting. So we do have some design build contracting coming up. Again, we needed the money for that. We needed to figure out a way to write the specifications and get designers up to speed and get contractors up to speed. So we will be you'll be seeing design build contracts in 2023. And then also we are doing projects that are emerging small businesses. So we have 8 contracts out right now that are about $100,000 each. And this is a good way to make sure we're upgrading our small business community. Next slide, please. So next steps in construction, we're focusing on those reduction measures, or we're implementing, measures that will reduce our cost in those focus areas I just talked about. We'll be implementing various alternate contracting methods in 2022, 2023. There's some other methods that we're using that are on smaller projects. We also will have an internal audit that's going to look at what we did for our cost reduction measures, what we are doing here to make sure that we're doing all the things that we can to reduce our costs. We're asking national experts, what else can we do? Are we doing everything that we think we should be doing? And lastly, we're proposing that maybe if you want a deeper dive or to see, are these cost reduction measures coming to fruition? So a lot of the questions is, when are you going to see these costs come down? Well, we're hoping now. We're hoping we're doing as much as we can. The numbers that we've given you, though, do have the 30% reduction element included in the numbers that we've been asking for from the commission. And I'll show you on my next slide how that looks. But the CIAC is a Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee that is ODOT in conjunction with Commissioner Smith, who chairs it. And we can do a deeper dive, we can do some report outs, and we can update on our program progress and how those cost reduction efforts are actually working. Next slide. So the funding. This is the best way I found to maybe demonstrate what we've asked for and what we're doing with this funding that you've had to program for us. So in January, we've asked for $147 million. So that has to do with our right-of-way acquisition and construction projects for 2021 and 2022. It was very critical that you approve that funding last month or in January, because we need to get going on those projects. And we have a lot we're delivering in this construction season. We're starting design and right-of-way acquisition with these funds for construction projects in 2023. And then there's a lot of other program requirements. I talked about the push button element, and we need to take an inventory of those. We're going to start in that now. And we also have that hotline. So these funds, that's how these funds will be used. We advanced $90 million, or that's what's being asked for today. That $90 million will help with the construction for projects in 2023, the design and right-of-way acquisition. And that $90 million assumes a 30% cost reduction. Again, we're anticipating at least a 30% cost reduction with those measures and with the learning curve that the contractors have or designers have, and the various contracting methods. We are hoping it will be more. From when we talk to our peer states, we find it is more than that. However, we need to see how this actually works out in Oregon. And so when I spoke at the 24-27 STIP discussion, we said we needed to advance $120 million. We're currently asking for $90 million of that $120 million. So that's how that plays out. We're hoping to see those savings even sooner, but that's just assuming a 30 to 40% cost reduction in design, construction, and with the contracting methods we have. So with that, I'm going to go to the last slide, which is questions.
So Karen, I have a question. I have noticed in some instances, at least around Portland, that there appear to be reconstruction costs as well. An improvement gets made and then it's not quite right. It doesn't line up quite right, or for some other reason, and so it gets rebuilt. And I wonder how we're doing on reducing the number of what I'll just refer to as reconstruction efforts, because obviously that's time and additional cost.
Yes, I spoke to it. Let me see if I can answer it. Good question, Chair. So Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, we are going through that learning curve, and that's what you're seeing in the bids though right now is some of that rebuild cost built into the construction cost. We have gotten, I think, 2,000 people through the training. So as the training gets better, as our contractors get more educated, as our inspection gets educated, you should see that go down. We are looking at, are there some repair methods versus rebuild methods that we can implement? So I think initially we just didn't know what to do. We're learning and we're growing. And so that's some of it, but yes, we're trying to make sure we're not, we're also looking at when we do the inspection. So before it was a contractor would build it, our inspectors would inspect it, but then our accessibility consultant would come in and verify it and be like, nope, sorry, you know, that didn't meet it. So we're looking at, no, let's bring them in earlier. Let's inspect it while it's being constructed and make sure that we don't have to get into that rebuild. And I'm going to pause there and just see if Steve has anything that he would like to add to this.
Yes, thank you. My name's Steve Cooley. I'm ODOT's Chief Engineer for the record. Chairman Van Brockland, we have on that topic this last season, we are seeing reductions in the number of total remove and replace on projects. And Karen's right, we are making ground on that learning curve, and we are interacting with the contractors, the inspectors, and that seems to be helping in that during the construction of it to minimize that. And Karen is correct. They are still kind of holding their risk in there of how many times they have to remove and replace, but things are improving in that area. So.
This is really to both of you. So just a quick follow-up. Is it an extensive problem? Is it a occasional problem? Is it a almost never problem? How would you characterize what we've been through? And I recognize and appreciate that you're learning and that it's on a downward, it's a declining problem. But I was just curious whether, whether this is occurring very infrequently or it's something you see more often. How would you characterize the size of the issue?
Okay, I can respond to that, Chair Van Brockland. That's a good question and a fair one. At the beginning, when we first initiated swapping over, we had a lot of projects in motion and under contract, and we added the new specifications to the contracts through change order. And in those first couple seasons, that was we had a lot of remove and replace. They weren't meeting the standards, and even though some of them were that far out of compliance, they still weren't in compliance and required some adjustment. So that was probably the peak of that in about 2018. And as we did the pilots in 2018 and 19, we were changing our designs because some of the failures weren't because the contractor built it incorrectly, is that we missed some things in our design. So we have been learning on both sides. So I'm hearing from just anecdotally that this last season we were doing pretty well. We're still having a few, but the total replacements is way down.
Okay. Thank you. I will say that I think it's dramatically significant and needed improvement. You just see it happening in different neighborhoods that I've been in and areas I've been in, and I think it's going to make a real difference. I appreciate your answers, and I think it sounds like you're learning and it's going the right direction, and it's a very large project. Obviously, it's a lot to do. Other questions from the commission?
Chair, if I may, I have a comment, or I guess it's a question.
Okay, Commissioner Brown.
Karen, I just had a question. in one of the slides, it showed a picture where we were doing the replacement of the curb, and then there was also replacement of the sidewalk in front of a business. It also extended out. Is ODOT responsible for that whole piece of it, or is there partnership in any of the right-of-way or the connecting businesses?
Chair,
I can.
Yeah, let me try to answer one portion of it, and then Steve can answer whether we have the partnership. So I do know from my engineering background that part of the ramp requirement is that you have a certain amount of slope going back a certain distance, and that you also have a certain amount of area that like a wheelchair can turn around. So we try to limit, we try to make sure we're in compliance, and that is our responsibility to do. So there's just a certain amount that we need to go back in order to be compliant. So I know it from that engineering perspective as to why you see that, but I will let Steve speak to whether we have partnerships and whether we share in some of those costs, what we're doing in those realms.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brown, Karen's right. If we're impacting the right-of-way, some places are state highways over the top of the city, so we really don't own the right-of-way behind the back of walk. But all of the impacts that we have, whether it's permanent or temporary, we're responsible to take care of that, and that has been some of the increase. Some of the areas are not as complicated, so they're not requiring as much right-of-way. But you can imagine up in Region 1 in the Portland area, in a very complicated urban environment, there's lots of things out there, poles, utilities, and other things that we have to account for when we're constructing the ramps, and we need to take care of what the right-of-way needs are for that particular project. So that's on us.
Commissioner Brown, follow up? No? Okay. Commissioner Smith?
I'm good.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. This is Sharon speaking. Great work. I appreciate the trying to streamline and get costs down and do it right the first time. But obviously it's a learning curve. And two related questions. So when you discover that it either wasn't built correctly or it has gone out of compliance, which sometimes that happens over here in Central Oregon when we have freeze thaw. You lose some of the slope requirements. How are you finding that out? Is that based on complaints, or is it based on, do you have a program to go out and do follow-up checks?
Karen, I can take that question. Commissioner Smith, during construction, we're out there and we are making those checks, but we do have staff in our department there that are going out and doing some checks on seeing how we're doing internally just from the program perspective. So we're going out and sampling some of the projects just to ensure that we are reporting those correctly. After the fact, after the project's been done and we're gone there, then it would be more of a whether our accessibility consultants going out and doing some reviews as part of this settlement agreement, or the plaintiffs actually can go out also and go behind us and see how we're doing, even during construction or afterwards. So there's several different ways that could be discovered. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner, do you have a follow-up?
I guess my only follow-up is just a thought that it may be too daunting a task, but just in terms of trying to make sure that we are refining our process and getting it right, seems like it might be not a bad idea to include in that process kind of a regular check-in to see, how our work is lasting over the years, so that we are learning from that as well, rather than just wait till somebody has a complaint.
Right.
Yeah, it's a good point. It probably varies city to city, town to town, area to area. So I think it'd have to be somewhat decentralized. But it could be something like a mailing or some way to, as you're suggesting, Commissioner, to do some outreach. So it's active rather than reactive. I think that's, of course, everything costs money, but it takes time. But this is a real, these are our customers, these are the taxpayers. This is an opportunity to have follow-up or some kind of, even if it's just a mailing, to have some kind of a self-initiated dialogue at some level with people about, and then if they want to complain about, we shouldn't have done this in the first place. I mean, you get a bunch of stuff that, you know, doesn't understand that it's a settlement and it's legally required or by the federal law or whatever, but at least we're trying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr.
So, yes, please.
Sorry to interject, Mr. Chair. This is Cooper Brown, Assistant Director for Operations. I did want to just offer a couple thoughts and appreciate the questions and comments, and appreciate Karen and Steve walking you through the work that the teams have been doing on this front. I think, you know, the points you raised are well taken, that we're looking at this not only, and of course, as meaning the letter of our legal agreement and the settlement agreement that was made back in 2017, but also looking at all of this work through the lens of the strategic action plan and ensuring that there is access for all users of our system long term. So to your point, Commissioner Smith, great idea to make sure that we're going above and beyond, you know, these agreement requirements. And I think the team is looking at it in that way. And we'll continue to do that and evolve it as we both meet the requirements and also, like I say, go above and beyond that to make sure that we're crafting our system to meet the needs of all users for the short term and the long term. The other thing I wanted to flag real quick, and Karen or Steve might give me a turn talking to after the call, but I think to your question, Chair Van Brockland, we can probably provide a little bit harder kind of empirical data on, you know, what our numbers look like in terms of having to replace ramps that were initially installed. I don't know what kind of granularity we can get to, but I suspect we can go back and run the numbers and see if we can't provide you all with a little bit more in terms of a rough percentage, something along those lines, so we can see some of those trend lines that are hopefully going to come down to the points that Steve and Karen raised.
Yeah, I don't want to focus too much attention on the past. I just want to understand what the trajectory is, and it sounds like it's headed significantly in the right direction. So it could be pretty high level from my perspective, but I do think the communication point that Commissioner Smith brought up, I share that interest in us really looking at every opportunity that we have with the public to try and do it within reason in a way that is, I guess I would just call it collaborative to the degree we can make it. You know, we're a service provider, so we want our customers to be happy for the most part. And they're gonna be happy when we're stopping traffic and we're telling them to wait 20 minutes to go down the street. I mean, they're not gonna be happy then, but that just has to be done. But a program like this is a little bit unusual in that it is penetrating so many areas across the state that it raises it, in my mind, to a different kind of program, because it's got a lot of interaction opportunity associated with it. That's kind of at the retail level, if you will. So that to me is an interesting question, and maybe we can pilot some things. And since we have till 2032, we've got a lot of time to perfect this and a lot of time to communicate. So when I think we're going to be in the right of way till 2032, that to me, in all these places, that to me feels like an opportunity to learn how to do kind of community engagement, if you will.
Chair Van Brockland, can I? have a comment to add on to your.
Sure, and I think Karen is also trying to get in. So why don't you talk, Steve, and then Karen, and then anyone else.
Sorry for the
no, fine.
Communication issue there, but related to the outreach, we do have a communication outreach, at least four meetings statewide to the public in these communities, and it's coordinated through our plaintiffs to identify what groups that we need to connect with. So we are doing that on an annual basis currently, and also within our program, we do have a 5-year asset plan that does go out and double check some of our assets, and this would be in one of those areas that plan would be addressing that. So it does kind of touch on Commissioner Smith's point there as well.
Yeah, great. Karen, were you trying to, it's a little hard for me to figure out where the voices are coming from, but I think you were trying to talk, and I was probably running over you, so sorry. But Karen, floor is yours.
I would just like to finish off I appreciate you letting us come and explain a very complicated, very intense, very hard work program in such a short period of time. And that's why we do offer to come to maybe the CIAC and get into more depth, like, are we replacing ramps or not? Well, is it, we need to figure out the time frame to measure that over. We are doing outreach, and it's a shame that this came up as a settlement, but a bit like Cooper talked about, this is the right thing to do. And it's a federal requirement. It's been a federal requirement for a long time. And so, we are partnering a lot more with local entities right now too, though, where if they have a project going on a state highway, we do partner with them in order to make sure that they can upgrade the ramps as part of their project. So that's another area where we are partnering with the locals and finding more opportunities in that realm. So again, we will come back with you on ramp replacement, how we're doing. I think the CIAC may be a good forum, but we're happy to come back to the commission and report out on how we're doing too. Thank you for having us.
Well, you're welcome. I agree with you that the CIAC may be a good place to put further kind of detailed discussion that then could be reported up to us in some kind of synthesized way. I'm not going to speak for the CIAC because Commissioner Smith chairs it. She knows the work program. She'll have to figure out whether that makes sense and just let me know. And I'll communicate it. We'll communicate it out, but to the commission as to approach. But certainly, we're going to be dealing with this till 2032. So maybe a little bit of thought at the CIAC about what things ought to be reported in what way, and then that could come before us in the form of a recommendation as to how you get back with us and tell us how you want to do that. But again, check in with Commissioner Smith and see if they can open up some time for this one. I know they've got a long list. Okay, let's leave it there for now. Unless there's any member of the commission that would like to ask another question or make a comment. Okay, we're going to move to a decision item and then lunch. So turn it over to Travis, Cooper, and Karen.
Thank you, Chair Van Brockman, members of the Commission. For the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. You'll recall that back in January, we brought you our initial proposal and approach to how to spend the COVID-19 federal relief funding that Congress passed back in December. You provided us a number of helpful comments, and so now we are bringing you back our final proposal for your approval with a number of changes that address the issues that you raised. What we're trying to do here is really present an integrated funding package that combines the COVID-19 funds with the funds available in the 21-24 STIP update. We really looked at the investment needs across the agency and the transportation system and really sought to figure out what's the best funding source to apply to each of those needs. We tried to focus the COVID-19 funding on more relief-focused needs and then decided to focus the STIP funding on more project-oriented work. As a result, there are a few changes that we made from the original proposal that we brought to you back in January. We shifted a handful of projects that would help with wildfire recovery or implementation of the strategic action plan from the COVID-19 funds over to the 21-24 STIP update. That allowed us then to shift more of the ADA funding over into the COVID-19 funds, making it really an even trade. We have an attachment to this item that shows that interaction between the 21-24 STIP and the COVID-19 funds, and it shows you where all the funds would be distributed. That hopefully will help clarify some of the complexity that comes from really bringing two funding sources together in an integrated manner. So to start, I'm going to turn it over to Karen Criswell, who will talk to you a little bit about the transit funding that Congress provided.
Morning, Karen. You're on mute.
Let's give that another go. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Commissioners. Karen Criswell, Public Transportation Division Administrator. Under CRISA, the Oregon Public Transportation and Passenger Rail Providers received approximately $230 million in funding. And next slide, please. There we go. That's me. Of that $230 million, approximately $220 million went directly from the FTA to large and small urban providers. Approximately $788,000 directly to tribes. $4.8 million was credited to Oregon, but that's funding that went directly to Amtrak to support passenger rail operations. And ODOT received and is in the process and will distribute approximately $2.8 million funds for rural transit providers as well as for transit programs that serve older adults and people with disabilities. With the endorsement of PTAC, the Public Transportation Advisory Committee, earlier this month, our plan for distributing the remaining CARES Act funding along with the new CRISA funds includes a mix of formula and needs-based distribution processes. Approximately $308,000 for older adults and people with disabilities and $10 million for rural transit providers will be distributed by formula. Of the remaining $8 million, $3 million will be used to go deeper into our oversubscribed STIF discretionary and statewide transit network competitive grant list. The Commission will be seeing that award recommendation from PTAC at your May meeting. And then the remaining $5 million will be held for more needs-based projects that transit providers can apply for. And then, as you probably heard, yesterday Congress approved a third federal relief package that President Biden is anticipated to sign later today. And with that package, it includes nationally another $30.5 billion for transit nationwide and another $1.7 billion for Amtrak. While we await the details on the apportionments from FTA, our preliminary analysis indicates that there will be about a $280 million set aside for Amtrak, for commuter rail and state-supported passenger rail, which is what our service is. And we're anticipating that once again, the majority of the transit funds will go to large urban providers, and the amount of funding that will support services for older adults and people with disabilities, as well as our rural providers that will come to Oregon, is likely very similar to the amounts that we received under CRISA. So that looks like potentially $9 million for rural and for inner city services. So depending on the requirements that FTA also attaches to those funding sources, we'll likely anticipate following a similar process for determining the distribution methods for those funds, and likely to roll that into our 21-23 biennial grant agreements. And with that, I will pause.
Questions for Karen? Okay. Travis, I think we keep going.
Yes, next slide, please. And I'm happy to report that I just received a New York Times update that the president has in fact signed that bill into law. And so we do have a significant investment in public transportation coming our way. So as a reminder, we shared this with you last month, but the latest State Highway Fund forecast projects that in the State Highway Fund we'll lose about $225 million over a 2-year period due to the pandemic and the recession. It's a reduction of about 7%. That amount will be shared between ODOT, which gets about 55% of the State Highway Fund revenue, and cities and counties who get about 45% of the State Highway Fund. Within ODOT, that lost revenue will be felt primarily in our operational budget that pays for road maintenance and agency operations costs. This is the area where we've had a large structural budget deficit that has been exacerbated by COVID-19. Luckily, only a portion of the funding would have gone to capital costs. So for the most part, our project budget overall is staying fairly steady. Next slide, please. So now I'd like to explain the proposed allocation of funding. You'll recall there was $10 billion nationwide, of which Oregon will receive $124 million. So we are presenting to you a modified and simplified proposal compared to what we brought to you in January, with only 3 real categories of funding here. First is local agency funding at $55.8 million. This has been bumped up significantly to reflect the fact that local governments do receive about 45% of the State Highway Fund and then lost that corresponding amount of the revenue that has evaporated. That is based on the conversations we had with the Commission last month and the strong push from local governments to receive a larger share of this funding. As for the ODOT share of about 55%, that would be split between operations and maintenance, about $36 million, and ADA curb ramps, $32.2 million. So I will walk you through each of these now in a little bit more depth. So next slide, please. Local agency funding, as I noted, would be 45% of the total funding to local agencies based on their share of the State Highway Fund. Over the last 2 months, we've worked very closely with the Association of Oregon Counties and the League of Oregon Cities, our local partners, to determine how to distribute this funding fairly. As you heard earlier from Mr. Worley from AOC, they are supportive of this proposal. So there are a few elements of this particularly distribution. So first, the legislation directly suballocates by a formula in federal law $16.1 million to Portland, Salem Kaiser, and Eugene Springfield Metropolitan Planning Organization. So they will get money that they will distribute to their cities and counties and transit agencies and others within the 3 large metro areas. That leaves $38.8 million that will be distributed to counties, cities, and small MPOs. What we have agreed to do with AOC and LOC is to use the AOC, LOC, ODOT funding, federal funding sharing agreement that we use on an annual basis with some fairly minor modifications to direct funding to operations and maintenance with local governments to make up that lost State Highway Fund revenue. There was no perfect way to do this using this existing fund sharing agreement, but we were able to work out a pretty good proposal with AOC and LOC on how to distribute the money among these different categories, generally following that federal fund sharing agreement with just a few minor modifications, such as providing some funding to cities under 5,000 that otherwise would not get a direct allocation of funding because those allocations would otherwise have been so small. So we worked, in working with AOC and LOC, we asked them to provide us some direction on how to distribute funding among their members. So AOC is providing us direction on how to distribute funding among the counties, and the League of Oregon Cities has provided us direction on how to distribute funding among the cities or using that existing federal fund sharing agreement. We also have set aside a small amount of money to make up for lost toll revenue for the Port of Hood River, which operates the Hood River toll bridge over the Columbia River, and the Port of Cascade Locks, which operates the Bridge of the Gods over the Columbia River. These 2 entities have lost toll revenue as a result of COVID-19, and this package in particular makes them eligible for funding. So we calculated the amount of toll revenue that they have lost that otherwise would have been invested in the bridge and recommend providing them that amount of money from this package. Next slide, please. Now, shifting over to ODOT, we recommend that the largest chunk of ODOT's funding go into operations and maintenance. Usually, federal dollars are not available to use for O&M costs, but this case, Congress specifically made O&M costs eligible for funding here. The goal of this allocation is to offset the reduced revenue for operations and maintenance that has come as a result of COVID-19 and the increased costs we have for hazard tree removal due to last summer's wildfires. Our hope is that this will reduce some of the ODOT's $200 million plus operational shortfall that we have through 2027 that we have briefed you on, and also some of this will be used to offset reductions to operations and maintenance programs that we would otherwise be making. We are working through each division developing an operating budget plan that will include a 6% reduction overall in state highway fund dollars. As a result, the Delivery and Operations Division has to reduce its budget for the next biennium by $50 million, including $34 million for maintenance. So this money would make some significant reductions to those planned cuts. We would likely use this money for things like low volume roads, where we're going to otherwise have to significantly cut back on our funding for projects on those roads, as well as for our fleet, for our facilities, and for our operations staff who keep the roads safe and open to travel on a daily basis. Next slide, please. The final recommended allocation is for ADA curb ramps. We just heard about the agency's need for funding, and we've had conversations about the $90 million that is needed, the remaining amount needed for the 21 through 24 STIP. So we're recommending that a portion of this funding be covered out of this package to address equity and access to the system for Oregonians with disabilities. With the remaining funding, we will request in the 21-24 STIP amendment that we'll be bringing to you right after lunch. One important aspect of this is that you may recall that in developing the 24-27 STIP, we had to borrow against the Fix-It program in the 24-27 STIP in order to address the funding needs that we're going to bring you forward in the 21-24 STIP amendment after lunch. In providing some of the COVID-19 relief funds for ADA curb ramps, we're able to reduce that borrowing against the Fix-It program and thus automatically bump up the amount that would be going to Fix-It in the 24-27 STIP. So with that, I will close out noting that even with this money from Congress, it's only making up a portion, about 55% of the funding that has been lost as a result of COVID-19 over the last 2 years. And that means we'll still be short about $58 million from what we otherwise would have had in the bank before the recession and pandemic. Local governments, as you heard from Brian earlier, will also be short. So with that, I'll close and request your approval of this proposal. Happy to answer.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Karen, again. Questions for Travis or Karen?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, Commissioner Brown.
Yes, Travis, just a real quick question, one that I received from my county was, is there going to be a distribution or allocation chart given out soon to show how the money is going to be split up?
Commissioner Brown, yes. We are working on that right now, and in fact, should be able to share that with AOC and LOC by the end of the week. We were waiting on your action, of course. Didn't want to give out funding numbers that would be changed if the commission modifies the proposal in some sort of way. But we will have that ready very shortly and share that with all the cities and counties through their AOC and LOC staff.
Other questions? Yes.
Mr. Chair, yeah, Sharon speaking. Not really a question, more of a comment. I just wanted to thank you, Travis, and the team for taking another look at this. I know I was one of the ones that kind of just raise the concern that we really need to make sure that we're being fair to our local partners. Obviously, there's never enough money to go around. We're facing serious budget shortfalls, so are they. This, I think, goes a step closer to, meeting and trying to be fair. It's not anybody, excuse me, everybody's not always going to be happy with the result, but I think this is a better split, and thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I'd echo that. I appreciate the conversations that Travis, I have with you and others about this pool of money and the portion that would go to local government. We can't always follow the split we follow on the gas tax. There will be occasions, I'm sure, where we won't. And but I think given the circumstances we're in presently, that this was the right decision. And as you know, I supported it and advocated for a different split than we started with. So I think this is the right answer on this occasion. On other occasions, we may be in a different place. We just have to look at them in the context of what we face and the nature of the money and the purpose of it. And but I agree that it's obviously our partnership with cities and counties that are focused on county roads and city streets is a really important partnership. So, other questions? I would entertain a motion to approve. Maybe we could we put back up slide, I think it was 3 or 4, that was the summary slide. That one. Whoops. So this is a, whoops. Thank you. So this is $124 million amount that would be distributed in the way this slide shows. Is that correct, Travis?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. And in the packet, in the attachment, there is a further breakdown that shows the distribution among the large MPOs, as well as the breakdown among the other categories. So a little bit more granular detail if you want to see that in the attachment. Okay.
I think for purposes of the motion, this would probably be sufficient. We know what we mean, and this would incorporate, the motion should just incorporate the detail. So, do I have a motion? No lunch without a motion.
Sharon Smith speaking. I move approval of the proposed allocation of funds, the $124 million as outlined in the presentation.
Commissioner Smith moves approval of the allocation of funds as presented. Second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Brown seconds. Just beating you out by a nose, Vice Chair. So, further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Vice Chair Simpson?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, so unanimous vote in favor of the allocation. So it's not 12:09, let's just call it 12:10. We have a 30-minute lunch break, so let's reconvene at 12:40. Okay, we are recessed until 12:40. Sunny in Medford, Julie?
What was that, Bob?
Sunny in Medford?
It is sunny.
It's sunny up here.
It's kind of nice. It's
Okay.
still a little cool.
Yeah. Well, for the Rogue Valley, I mean.
Well, we
like
had snow yesterday.
On the ground in Medford?
In some, not in Medford, but around us.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's getting a little late in the year for that. Okay, let's see. How are we doing here? I think we're close. I'm not seeing Sharon. Sharon, are you here? Yep. Okay. Okay. We're going to reconvene and begin by taking up item I on our schedule. So I'll turn it over to Travis.
Great. Thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, I am still Travis Brower, Assistant Director for Revenue, Finance, and Compliance. And I have with me Mr. Cooper Brown. We will be walking you through the 21-24 STIP update that we are proposing. This is our second time in front of you on the STIP update, and we hope to get your approval today. Back in December, we shared with you that we have some additional unallocated federal and state funding over the next several years and proposed how we might distribute that across some of those critical unmet needs in the 21-24 STIP. This month, we now have the opportunity to present you with really an integrated COVID-19 and STIP funding plan and ask your approval for adding this work to the STIP. 3 of the items that we are proposing to you today out of the 6 have been constant since our initial proposal in December. Those are the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program, funding for tolling implementation, and ADA curb ramps. Although the amount that we're proposing for ADA curb ramps has changed, given the opportunity and your approval to use some of the COVID-19 relief funding for that program. However, we have added 3 additional items, and I alluded to this earlier when I talked about the COVID-19 funding. When we looked across all of the needs, there were some that fit better into the STIP funding than into the COVID-19 funding. So we moved 3 items that we had been considering for COVID-19 funding over to the STIP amendment. Those 3 are Oregon 99 and Phoenix, which is a wildfire recovery project that will help with multimodal accessibility in that part of the state. Also the I-5 Boone Bridge preliminary engineering, which will help advance a project that is one of our critical major projects in the Comprehensive Congestion Management Plan. And finally, development of a multimodal corridor network to improve our ability to invest in public and active transportation. These latter 2 are important elements of the Strategic Action Plan implementation. So I will turn it over to Cooper, who will walk you through the 6 proposed investments, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions about the projects or the funding plan.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Travis. I think everyone can hear me, it looks like. For the record, Cooper Brown, Assistant Director for Operations for ODOT. And as Travis mentioned, I'll just go a little bit deeper into the 6 proposed items that we're putting forward. As Travis mentioned, we started looking at what are the critical must-have needs for the remainder of this STIP period. And we deemed these 3 areas critical because they've been generated by either legislation They've been generated by direction from the governor or from a legal requirement. So the ones that I'm going to be walking you through, these are similar to the needs, as Travis mentioned, that we brought you earlier in this year. But the first one out of the gate, as you'll see on the next slide, let me make sure you have that up, slide 2, Sabrina, thank you, is tolling development and implementation. We need $60 million in funding for tolling development as required in House Bill 17. This is going to be critical, as Travis mentioned, for the Comprehensive Congestion Mobility Management Plan that we've walked you through numerous times with Brendan and Della and others. And as Della discussed earlier today, this funding should get the tolling program into 2023, but is really a critical requirement for doing so. And at that point in 2023, we'll either come back to you as the commission for more funding, or we're going to seek to borrow against future toll revenues. So that's the first one. That's the $60 million there on the left-hand side. The second one is the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program, and as Greg walked you all through this today, making significant progress there, but we do need $30 million for the IBR program for the remainder of this STIP cycle. This will get us to a total contribution on the Oregon side of $45 million. As you'll recall, you have already given us $15 million for this effort. And this is on top of the $35 million that Washington has contributed. So for a grand total of $80 million. And we think with $80 million, this will get the program through completion of program development. Finally, on this slide, as we talked about already a couple times today, is the ADA curb ramp piece. We need a total of $237 million for ADA curb ramps for the remainder of this STIP. And you'll recall, as we talked about, that you all provided $147 million to complete projects through 2022, as Karen and Steve discussed back in January. And that leaves this $90 million to complete projects for the remainder of the STIP, which translates, like Karen talked about, into more than 3,000 curb ramps. So of this $90 million remaining, we'd like to devote $57.8 million from the STIP, and the rest, the $32 million, will come from the COVID relief funds, as Travis talked through and as you all approved just a few minutes ago before lunch. Next slide, please. So the other proposed investments, as Travis discussed, these were ones that we had entertained, including in the COVID relief package, but feel ultimately that they better fit in the STIP amendment. The first on the left is the Oregon 99 project in Southern Oregon. This is a priority project for the city of Phoenix, a community with a large minority population and an area hard hit by the Labor Day fires of last year. The project will provide much needed infrastructure improvements across modes. It would add transit stops, it'll add bike lanes and sidewalks for a heavily trafficked, about a mile segment of that roadway, of that highway. The second one there is the I-5 Boone Bridge. We're proposing $3.7 million for that project. As you'll probably recall, this is the only one of our 4 key major projects, or 5 if you count tolling implementation, in the Comprehensive Congestion Management Mobility Plan that hasn't secured funding to begin design. We need this money to move forward on that design so we can meet that plan and meet the comprehensive goals of the CCMMP. And as you'll recall, the legislature has given us clear direction to look for ways to begin work on this project. You will note that in your packet, Representative Neron and the city of Wilsonville have both provided letters in support of this project. And again, those are in your packet for the materials for today. Finally, the one on the far right, as we discussed a little bit when we talked about the strategic action plan, we need $650,000 to help us define that priority multimodal network that is one of the outcome areas of the strategic action plan that you charged us to accomplish back in December. This is an important step for us to be able to accomplish that. and it'll go towards funding both the consulting fees, hiring a consultant to help us do this work, and also the project team and program team fees that we'll be using to meet this charge. So those are the 6 high-level amendments that we're asking you to approve today. And we're asking you to take formal action, but before we do, Travis and I are at your disposal and happy to answer any questions you have on either the process, because we know it's there's a lot of financial moving pieces as we discussed during this meeting, and we'll continue on the next agenda item, and then any questions you have on these specific projects as well.
Thank you both. Sabrina, could you go back to slide 2? Just, I want to confirm the numbers there. Okay, that's what I had. Thank you. All right, questions from the commission to the deputy directors, or 2 of the deputy directors. Any questions? Any comments? I think this, for my perspective, this is reflective of a range of things we're doing around the state that are important. Obviously, there's a bunch of this in the metro area, but the curb ramps and then project in Phoenix. I've not been down there recently, but I've seen the photos and talked to Julie about it. And obviously, it's been devastating, as it has in many places. So I think this is money well spent in all of these areas. Boone Bridge was, as we fleshed out the map that we're looking at in the Portland region, becomes a critical piece of the equation up here. So good work all the way around. Any other comments? If not, I would take a motion for approval of all 6 of these.
Chair, I'll do the honors of making a motion. I'm going to move the proposal for the 2021-2024 SIP update as outlined in the presentation. Do I need to identify a dollar amount, which is my question?
I don't think so. I think we've, the presentation covers it. Thank you for your motion, Mr. Vice Chair. Is there a second to Alanda's motion?
I'll second. This is Commissioner Brown.
Commissioner Brown seconds the motion. Discussion on the motion? All right, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Simpson?
Aye.
All vote aye. I vote aye as well. So again, unanimous vote. Thank you. So Travis, I think you're still up, as are you, Cooper, and Karen Rowe is back with us for the next item.
Yes, Chair Van Brockland, members of the commission, for the record, Travis Brower, ODOT Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. With the final of the 4 financial related items today, I'll kick it off and note that this is really the last component of the STIP funding allocation process, where we are bringing you back a proposal for the Enhanced Highway Discretionary Program that you created back in December. After today, after we get your feedback and any direction on this program, we will put a little bit more detail around this and put it out through program guidance that we will share with the commission. And then really we are at that point moving into the project selection process across all of the different STIP programs. So we're very excited that today we'll be able to complete that work and then move into the next stage of the STIP. Next slide, please. So you'll recall that back in December, you allocated funding in the STIP, including $175 million total for the Enhanced Highway program. For context, that was actually about a 75% reduction from the previous 21-24 STIP when there were a huge number of HB 2017 projects that were included in that enhanced highway funding, the named projects the legislature had approved. So by comparison, there's relatively little funding available for enhanced highway in the 24-27 STIP. Of that 175 million, 110 million is actually for the last two of those named projects in HB 2017. So really, in the end, there's only $65 million available for a discretionary enhanced highway program. Last in January, when we came in front of you on this item, we talked about how we felt that given the gaps in the other funding programs, that this money would be best spent on congestion relief and freight mobility. You gave us some feedback and direction, and that allowed us to go spend some time working within the agency to craft a proposal. So we have that program proposal that we want to share with you today, and I will turn it over to Karen Rowe, who will walk you through that. Or happy among Cooper, myself, and Karen to answer any questions you have at the end.
Thank you, Travis. Next slide, please. For the record, I'm Karen Rowe, Delivery and Operations Division Administrator, once again. So this would be the enhanced funds for the 24-27 STIP would be focused on operational enhancements. We are proposing it to be a statewide program rather than a designated distribution of funds. The two areas we'd like to focus on for operational enhancements are congestion relief and freight mobility. And you may ask why. The reason is because most of the other funding, as you saw in the previous slide, is very designated, like it's kind of earmarked for these specific uses. And the two programs that kind of don't fit well into there, other than safety, would be the congestion relief and freight mobility. So we do recommend that this is the direction we go. These projects would be on the state highway system. Again, there's a lot of projects for local programs, also, you know, non-highway stuff. So we'd say these would be projects on the state highway system. You know, other considerations we'd put into the selection, and if you look at the letter, there's an attachment for the proposal we have for the enhancements. But so these would be the primary reasons why we would use these funds to fund a project for congestion relief and freight mobility. However, we would have other considerations such as safety, social equity, climate, access to multimodal facilities, and geographical balance. Next slide. So you may say, well, what does that mean? What kind of projects are we looking at? Again, this process to identify the projects is like a 2-year process. So we're just giving you the framework. We're asking for approval on, this is the conceptual level of what these could be. And so projects, if you look at that picture there, that's Roberts Mountain. It's on I-5 south of Roseburg. That's a climbing lane project. That took 4 years to construct. We basically moved a mountain. We took the earthwork from one mountain and we used it as fill to help build the climbing lanes in another part. So that really helps with freight mobility, right, on the interstate. That is in a rural county. So that's a good example of one of the projects that could be used, that type of project. So that's auxiliary lanes is another one. That's, you know, on and off ramps in between interstate exits. Passing lanes, ITS systems. So again, this money can go pretty far for ITS if we can just make certain improvements for cameras, weather stations, or other devices that would help us with that mobility. Freight corridor improvements such as truck parking or interchange improvements, you know, intersections are another. Next slide, please. One thing we want to make sure of is two things. So we gave you the framework for how we would select these projects, the two primary things, the secondary things. And then once we go through this process, there's a few more parameters that we need to make sure we're checking. In addition to geographic balance, we also need to check with our MPOs and acts. So we don't have the process completely worked out yet on how this is work. We're just coming to you as a framework. Is this framework work? And then we'll work through the process. And one of the things we need to do is we need to make sure we're consulting on these projects for MPOs and acts. We would look at having maybe an application process where they would look at what are the advantages to these projects, what are the, do they meet the goals, the primary and the secondary goals. And then once the selection is completed, we would make sure that 30% of the projects at a minimum would be in the rural areas. So we're still working out the final details of how this would work and how we'd move forward. We're really just here to say, hey, does this work well for you on a high level? And we would bring those projects back to the commission under the STIP approval process. So with that, just wondering if you have any questions about what we're proposing and the direction we would like to go with these enhanced funding funds.
Karen, I just had one quick comment. Thanks for that update. Totally appreciate the presentation from everybody. But I had a question. If I was going to ask if you could explain really the emphasis around truck parking. I think unless that's explained, the average person would assume, you know, well, what does that mean? You're just building parking lots for trucks, right? And so I was just curious if you could explain that just for the broader public, for their understanding as to the importance of that.
Yes, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Simpson. Great question. Yeah, truck parking could be tied into ITS in that if we do have designated truck parking, and primarily the truck parking is meant to be near the interstate when we close the interstate for weather conditions or accidents. So just recently we had to close I-84 through the gorge, and that was closed for over 24 hours. So where do the trucks go? Where do they park? I recently toured Pendleton, and here's just a great example where if you go in the eastbound direction, right before you go up Cabbage Hill, just east of Pendleton, they frequently close, not frequently, but they sometimes close that pass for fog or other weather conditions. And so they would be looking to, they detour trucks off now, and they work with the tribal community on a road there where the trucks can park and wait until the interstate opens back up. So I hope that answers your questions about truck parking. But like right now, that's kind of an informal way that we coordinate truck parking. We would like to do more formal parking and have facilities and areas designated that we can let the trucking community know where to go.
And Vice Chair Simpson, I would supplement that a little bit with, you know, obviously with new hours of service regulations that have got into place in recent years, there's need to ensure that when truckers reach the end of their legal day, they have places to park. What we oftentimes see is that trucks, when they don't have good places to park, will park alongside our freeways in ways that may not be safe for the traveling public. So we want to make sure that both there is adequate trucking parking across the state. We've partnered in some areas to ensure that there are sufficient numbers of spaces, but also that truckers have the information about where that is available. So we've actually started some conversations among Western states about partnering on some information systems, ITS-related systems that might be able to help ensure that that information is broadly available, you know, with the click of a smartphone app, for example.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I just wanted to get some clarity on the record because I know it could be perceived as, you know, ODOT just builds parking lots for, you know, big freight trucks, you know. So just that clarity, because there was this past weather storm created a lot of that, and I just wanted to actually, you know, just ensure that you guys clarify that on the record for the general public. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Are there other questions for Travis or Karen, or Travis and Karen? Well, I think what you were looking for here, Travis, was just some feedback and whether we thought generally this was the right way to go. It seems right to me, the split, and you know, I think you've thought it through. Other reactions? Any objections to this this approach? Okay, hearing none, I think that's your feedback. Looks like we'll look forward to any additional information you provide in later meetings, but otherwise this looks like you're headed in the right direction here from the standpoint of the commission.
We appreciate that, and we will share with you the final program guidance before it goes out, which will include details about all of the eligibility criteria and how we're going to implement that, as well as the consultation process with ACTs and MPOs, and a little bit more about the process for project selection. And then you will see the final list of projects at the end of the process. So we appreciate your feedback and direction and look forward to moving forward on this.
Great. Well, thank you all very much for your work on this and everything else you're presenting to us today. So we will move on to item K. We're moving out of the financial realm, although we're really never moving out of the financial realm. But so we're going to talk for a little while about the area commissions on transportation with Cooper, Jerry, and Gary. So Cooper, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Cooper Brown, Assistant Director for Operations. Good news is that I am joined by my colleagues, so you don't have to just listen to me for this item. Bad news is there's a couple more items after this, which I think are largely mine, so enjoy the reprieve. Okay. But I am here, to your point, with Gary Farnsworth, our Region 4 manager, and also Jerry Bohard, our recently retired division administrator for the Policy Data and Analysis Division. Jerry made the mistake of giving us her correct cell number when she retired, so Troy, take note.
Always a problem. That's a rookie mistake, Jerry. Rookie error.
But I will quickly turn it over to Jerry and Gary, but I did want to just provide you a little bit of background in terms of the context for this item. As you'll recall, back in December, we came before you and with some recommendations, initial recommendations on how we might refocus our efforts with the area commissions on transportation around the state. Also, how the commission and the department might refocus how we engage with the ACTs. And you gave us some great initial feedback. You also tasked us to go out and talk to the area commissions on transportation and get their views on those initial recommendations. And so today's conversation is really Jerry coming back. And by the way, Jerry did the bulk, if not all, of that heavy lifting in terms of conversations with the ACTs. And so she's going to be sharing with you what she heard. And then our revised recommendations based on that feedback. So with that, without further ado, I will turn it over to Ms. Bohard.
Okay.
Welcome back, Jerry.
You. Thanks, I appreciate that. So for the record, Jerry Bohard, and I'm going to walk through this presentation, and Gary's going to add some good anecdotal information on some of the recommendations as we move forward. So just don't be surprised by that. So I think, as Cooper mentioned, what we're really hoping for when we get into the recommendations is your concurrence that we're heading in the right direction. So I think sort of similar to just your earlier conversation that you had on this step. And then just a little bit of a reminder, I think you've gotten 4 letters from various ACTs, the South Central Act and the Northwest Act, Metro actually. So when I presented to Region 1 ACT, and then most recently, I think this morning, you got a letter from the Lane Act. So I think you'll find that we've probably addressed most of their issues and thoughts. So there was a lot of alignment, I think, with what's in the letters and what we're recommending moving forward. So without further ado, so Sabrina, if you could move to the next slide, please. So just sort of a reminder, it's always good to have a pretty map, right? Just where all the acts are. And so I did, I think, 10 presentations. So there was an advantage of being virtual, right? So it's a lot easier to travel right to my office, as you see behind me.
And I think the only two I didn't do were in Region 4, and Gary obviously was involved in those. So next slide, please. And so I'm just going to concentrate a little bit on some of the themes that I heard at the meeting, and then we'll get into the recommendations. So on the next slide, just sort of highlighting, I think, the 3 areas of themes that we heard. Next slide, please. Was around equity, ACT engagement, and communication. So the equity conversation was a good conversation. I think that there was a lot of support for folks really wanting to think differently about the membership of their ACT. I think within that, wanting to be a little flexible because each of the ACTs sort of recognize that they're unique in their own way. And that was one of the themes, I think, actually in everything, was that they wanted to still assert some of their flexibility so that you didn't paint the box too tight around them. While there was support for the equity, I think they struggled a little bit, and how do you define that? And also, I think a little concern about wanting to make sure if we were able to find folks, how do we keep them engaged? So that's one of their concerns, obviously, is around engagement. So how do you keep new folks engaged? It also made them start to think about other membership. We heard from some of the ACTs sort of recognizing they could probably do a better job on freight. And actually, a couple of them sort of recognized that they probably just needed to get younger people involved in the ACT. So a lot of interest in that. I think the one interesting comment that we heard, I think primarily from some of our rural ACTs, was it's not just social equity that they were worried about, but economic equity as well. So probably a little bit different than the definition that we've been thinking about in the SAP and with regards to businesses and that sort of stuff, but more sort of that rural, urban, making sure that rural areas are funded sufficiently and that sort of thing. So probably a little bit of work to do on the definitions as moving forward with regards to that so that they feel comfortable. On the ACT engagement area, there's a couple of areas that wanted to talk about the strategic action plan. So there was, I think, a lot of interest in the strategic action plan. As I went around in the presentations, some had heard about the SAP, some had the presentation, so they could even link it more fully. And in 2 cases, I did the SAP presentation, and then I turned around and did the ACT presentation. So they sort of had those back to back. I think the interesting thing about that was that they did have an understanding that the agency is changing, transportation is changing, and they really wanted to be part of that conversation. So they realized being part of the SAP and that engagement is very important. They also saw that within that was a lot of statewide initiatives, and they have a lot of interest in what's going on from a statewide perspective. So whether you're talking about the Rose Corridor or tolling or whatever it might be that was in there, they want an opportunity to hear about it and perhaps provide any thoughtful comments that they might have. The other was around needs. I thought this was a really interesting conversation, is that there was a recognition that they needed to have a better understanding of needs across the state. They, even within the acts, they recognized that they didn't necessarily understand the needs of another county that was part of their act. And so they wanted to see more work done there, really being more thoughtful there, because I think it would give them a better understanding of the direction that we're taking and why we're taking it. So a lot of conversation on needs. I think that was pretty much where some of the themes on the ACT engagement. The other one, and Gary's going to talk about this under the recommendations, is that the ACT policy talks a lot about, obviously, the ACTs being advisory to you all as a commission, but they also talked about the value that happens at the region level with the table that's put there between the local governments and our region staff. And so there's a lot of recognition around the positive attributes of that, and that not being lost as we move forward with whatever the engagement looks like. And then finally, communication. So there was a lot of talk about the benefit of technology, you know, not because why we're here, but they recognized that it would make it easier perhaps to get engagement from you all, and actually for their own ACT members. So if you think about the Northeast ACT, you know, the acts in Region 5, they have to travel a long distance. And so this way they're not traveling as much as well. So they were seeing the benefits of technology. They really do want to see regular engagement, not only from the commission, but from the director's office. So they talked about, they appreciated, you know, when Travis came and spoke around the STIP and whatnot, and they get a lot of information from that. They talked about a feedback loop. So they wanted to get a better understanding of why some of the decisions that you make, how you came to the decisions that you came to, because they recognize it would help them have a better understanding of where you're going and why you're going there. So that feedback loop conversation appeared in almost all of the ACT conversations. And then they just recognize that we have a variety of different advisory committees out and about, and that we should be using the ACT on various advisory committees because they can provide good perspectives. That's kind of the themes of what I heard relative to as I was out and about. So next slide, please. Based on that, we formed some recommendations, and we really framed them in 3 areas. So one was, again, the ACT engagement areas, and then how we coordinate and communicate with the ACT. And I think most importantly, a recognition that in order for this to be successful, there's some stuff that we needed to be doing internally to really make this work. So we'll walk through each of those recommendation areas. So the next slide talks about the ACT engagement areas. So on the next slide, we talk about equity. So I think they want to be involved in that conversation. Sabrina, next slide, please. So obviously you want to be involved in the conversation with equity. I know Gary Farnsworth and I have had a few conversations with Costales about what this might look like. So obviously some work to do there, but the engagement is there. The strategic action plan. So again, as I mentioned, they want to be involved. They're hoping they get presentations on specific initiatives that are going on. I think you heard in one of the STIP discussions that the money that was going to go towards Karen Criswell with regards to the multimodal corridors, that's an area that they're very interested in. So I think in the earlier December document, we talked about just community paths. I think there was a recognition that really it's the work that's probably going to start with the consultants and others as they think about the priority corridors, that this is where the ACT can probably be most helpful, because they are very interested in the direction that we take with active transportation or non-highway modes, because they link strongly to the local system. So I think that's sort of a good illustration of where we drove a little bit deeper versus what was in the December report versus where our recommendations are today. Obviously very interested in staying involved in the STIP, right? So that they do see that as really important to them. And the area strategies was also a place where, as I mentioned earlier in December, that we have 2 pilots going on in the Lane Act and the Northeast Act to understand how these all work. But the other acts are saying maybe there's some work that we can do ahead of time, try to start to bring together our needs list, those types of things. So potentially some work that we can do there. The next area on the next slide was around coordination and communication. And I think this was a place where, as you see in the recommendation, we talked about a commission liaison. I know earlier that Commissioner Brown had indicated her willingness to do that. I think Commissioner Henderson had as well. Obviously, we have a vacancy there, so I won't speak for Commissioner Brown, but I think she's hoping for some support as we move forward with that. An annual virtual meeting. So I think this is where it probably linked to the commission liaison, that that the commission, the director's office, meets with each of the acts on an annual basis. And again, recognize that if we do it virtually, it makes life a little bit easier for everybody. The biannual in-person meeting. So this is really sort of, if you think back to pre-pandemic, when the commission was out and about around the state, you often invited the acts to your commission meeting. And so they'd like to see that continue. the statewide gathering of ACT chairs. So many of them talked about they really were saddened that we didn't have the workshop this year. Of course, they understood why. But they really understand the importance of the ACT chairs getting together. And obviously, they like getting together with you guys, but it was also that getting together with their peers, there's a lot of value in that as well. So they'd like to see something like that happen. They were all, however, pretty clear that they prefer to meet just as ACT chairs and not necessarily invite the advisory chairs, you know, like from the freight advisory, the bike ped advisory, and they'd like to meet alone. And this is where I'm going to turn it over to Gary and talk a little bit about the recommendation on collaboration with the region staff. So,
good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Good.
Yeah, they got it.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Hi, Gary. Welcome.
Yes, and good afternoon to you as well, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, Gary Farnsworth, I'm the Region 4 Manager for the Delivery and Operations Division. And just a little bit of context, I was an area manager from 2000 until 2018, and I covered, actually represented ODOT on 2 area commissions, Central Oregon and Lower John Day. So, you know, if you add it up, it's 36 years worth of time with a couple of different area commissions. So Jerry and I go back and forth. I think Jerry was influential in roping me into filling in for her, and I've been influential in keeping her around and roped into helping us with the dialogue. So we go way back, and I've got a lot of perspective, of course, and passion around the value of the area commissions. And there was no hesitation when we decided to use the area managers who are responsible for delivering the STIP and oversight of the STIP to be tied into the area commissions, because it's really about relationship development, relationship building. There's a lot of that occurs. It became invaluable for me in the sense that many times when we had issues or struggled to get projects in and delivered, that we relied on those relationships, and I relied on those relationships. And I think that continues. You would hear the same thing from all of the region managers and the area managers around the state. I've spoken with them in the last month or so on this topic, and they all continue to agree how important that is. And not just for delivering the program, but for tying into all aspects of ODOT and transportation in the given area. And the reason why I think we're reinforcing this as a recommendation is I think there's opportunity to expand how we can connect with the region's area managers to other key folks in the agency as we try to move forward a strategic action plan and continue with the STIP. So I find it very valuable when I speak in front of groups like project managers and the area managers. I keep talking about that sort of intrinsic value that the area commissions play in helping us carry out our work, whether it be at the smallest scale or even from a statewide perspective.
Okay, and so then the last set of recommendations was around internal ODOT, as I mentioned. So tools and processes. I mean, I think a great example in the Metro letter, there was a concern about perhaps having a better clarification as to how to coordinate and cooperate between the ACTs and the MPOs. And while we mentioned that in the ACT policy, it was rather, you know, we hadn't defined that fully, so there might be some work that we can do there to structure it. So that's probably an example of perhaps a process that we could work on. I think in the recommendation, we referred to, instead of an executive coordinator, I think we've talked about it as a statewide leader. But I think there was a recognition that we need someone to sort of bring that umbrella look to it. I don't believe we envision this being a new position, but rather somebody assigned duties. So whether it's somebody in my position or somebody perhaps coming out of Karen Rowe's shop, but it's sort of that umbrella look, because in a way, this is a shared responsibility with the type of policy work that my division does, and then obviously the area managers and the region managers and all that's the responsibility of Karen Rowe's division. So recognizing we could probably do a better job with regards to coordination. And I think statewide communication liaison. So we've talked about perhaps having a calendar, so we make sure that the Urban Mobility Office, you know, makes the rounds of the acts and those types of things. We've had that happen in the director's office. It's been a little sporadic, but this way having it very coordinated. And then the other thing that I recognized after talking with all of the acts is that the acts have been around since 1995, but we probably need to go back to the general public and remind them what the purpose of the act is and how they can be a sounding board for some of their transportation concerns. So we recognize that there's some work to do there, and I know that Gary and I had a conversation with Lindsay Baker, and she was very supportive of that as well. So next slide, please.
Jerry, I wanted to chime in real quickly.
Sure.
Thank you, Jerry. Yes, and I just wanted to reflect again on the amount of time that I spent as an area manager with the ACTS and with my peers around the state. And looking back at that, in hindsight, I think that having that sort of executive champion, so to speak, has been a missing piece. We've sort of stumbled along through, kind of a committee approach and just somewhat ad hoc. And I do think that would be an added value, especially as I've talked more recently with my peers and with Jerry and others. It seems like that's been something that will help reinforce and keep us all on track.
So I think we're looking for your thoughts at this point and anything that we can share that perhaps we missed in the presentation. And then depending on what your direction is, I think we're looking forward to bringing back really a work plan, probably in the May agenda. We don't envision doing another presentation, but rather just putting it on consent or something like that to see what we were up to and what the sequence would look like. So with that, Gary, unless there's anything you want to add, I'll turn it back to you, Chair, and look for any comments from the Commission.
No, thank you, Jerry, and just thank you all for attention on this topic.
Well, thank you both very much, and thank you, Cooper. Cooper, do you have any additional comments that we should be aware of?
No, I do not. Happy to help answer questions, though, if you've got them.
Okay, so I think this is another agenda item where ODOT is looking for some feedback from us on what we've heard and next steps. I'll just say for my own part, I certainly see the acts as being very valuable in a critical communications mechanism. And communication also with, because it often involves local officials, so it has a definite local government overlay to it that you see all around the state. Obviously, being in a pandemic for a year has not been good for this program or really communication broadly in the way that we've communicated individually and in person with a lot of people around the state, and that's true for at the commission level. That's true at the higher levels of the agency and throughout the agency to some degree. I mean, even things like DMV, shuttering a lot of offices. It's just been a very challenging time. Then you throw on top of a global health catastrophe, you throw on top of that a couple of major natural resources, natural disasters, not natural resources, but natural disasters in the form of the fires and now the freezes. That has been further complicating matters. So we are talking about this in at a point in time where we're a year into some of this and talking about how we get out, how we respond, whether it's 99W through Phoenix, Oregon, and what we need to be doing there, or whether it's numerous other examples like that all over the state, or whether it's what we're doing in terms of responding to the freeze, the snow freeze events, or obviously the continuing presence of COVID, and as we're vaccinating the state, how we are going to operate going forward. I mean, there are real questions about when this commission will be back in person, hopefully sooner rather than later. So So with that as backdrop, I think, for me, the questions are, given the work that we've done in the last year and a half or so, how, and given House Bill 2017 going even further back, how does that inform how this looks? So it probably needs a little redesign, including in some of the ways you've mentioned. I think we have to think about it in terms of trying to connect our partners around the state into kind of at the center of this is communication, and always has been. So I think, and input. So I think it's about us getting information out and talking about kind of how we see the world today and going forward in light of what we're trying to get done. And it really goes back to Jerry's opening few sentences, which were about change and about a changing environment that we're working in. So I'm interested in exploring what this looks like in a revamped form, and whether it's useful not only to us, because I'm sure it will be useful to us in terms of communication connection, but also useful to the people we're asking to be involved in it, because it's a volunteer activity. So it has to work for all parties to the conversations. And that's one of the major test points for it, I think, is, as we come up with new ways to work together with the local communities, we need to be in local areas. We need to be thinking in terms of, is this mutually beneficial? So that's where that would be my feedback in terms of, it's not very specific because I don't have all the specifics in my mind yet, but I do know it needs to be mutually beneficial, and it needs to embrace where we've been going, and involve one another in ways that helps us forward that agenda. Other comments from commissioners?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, Commissioner Brown, please.
I'm going to comment.
Let's go.
So I actually was able to attend our Area Act and listen in to the presentation that Jerry did. And I've had conversations with Gary. And I don't know if Jerry and I ever connect on the phone, but we did a lot of emailing back and forth because it seems like we're both busy. But with that said, I think that the recommendations they're making are really true to what they're hearing on the ground. And one of the things that I talked about at our Area Act meeting was that if we want to be successful as a state and we want to look at the possibility of even earmarking projects in an infrastructure bill at the federal level, because it sounds like earmarking is going to come back, you need to have the buy-in from the rest of your acts across the state to support your ideas. And I think when they understand how it impacts them in some ways, and you can put the big picture across to them and communicate that, you're going to get a better outcome from your constituents in the state to move forward on a project. I mean, they're going to embrace it. You're going to see letters of support. You're going to see the things that you need to have happen in order to have that kind of a process move forward. And one of the things that our act is doing in the area, because I talked to him about this, was, look, we need to really have a prioritized list of shovel-ready projects that can be presented out there and that we could be competitively move forward in a grant situation. And if every single act did that in the state, we could have a prioritized list that we could say, boom, here it is, this is what we need to do across the state. So that it isn't always just the Portland metro area, but other areas too that may not have a project that moves forward because there's not enough money. So these are just some of my thoughts, but I think this is really important. And, I've told you, Chair, that I'm all in, that I'm willing to do this, and any help I can get, it'll be great. But I think we can start small enough that it can be handled. But you do need to have somebody who coordinates this. I can't do it. I can't put out a calendar and do all this, but I can certainly attend the meetings and participate.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think in terms of, well, first of all, I really appreciate your continued commitment to, be a leader on this, and we were hoping you'd have kind of an assistant leader. But in the absence of that, I think some of the rest of us need to step up in our areas and do some of what we were hoping Maurice would be here to do. In terms of buy-in, I agree with you. I mean, people get excited when they see that something's going to happen or might happen in their part of the world, and sometimes their part of the world is the whole state, and other times it's more localized. I think the prioritization of what we are working at any given point in time is going to move around, but I do like the idea of knowing, at least within the regions that we have as ODOT, which include, in I think most of all cases, several acts, that we know what the highest priority projects are in those regions, and that we can look at those in a coordinated way with local governments and others like the acts who are involved. And so, yeah, I would be interested, one, in more comments from the commission, but if there are further thoughts from the senior leaders in the agency, I'd also like to hear those. So I'll start with Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Smith speaking. First, I'd like to thank Jerry for coming back and lending her expertise. And we're not gonna let you get too far off the leash. So thank you. And then also thank Gary for stepping up to help in this and his longtime work on the acts. And I like the plan. I like your approach. I agree that communication is integral to making this work. We've learned a few lessons that we can communicate virtually. It's not the same as being there in person, but it does allow us to make, I think, more connections across the state because we don't have to deal with, travel time. I think it's critical to have somebody at the agency executive level be overseeing this project so it doesn't get sort of lost, because it has to have that level of importance at the agency level. But I also think it needs to have importance at the commission level, and our communication with the acts needs to be part of this plan. I really appreciate Julie stepping up and taking the lead in this process, but I think it's incumbent on all of us to have good communications with our local acts and, some kind of formalized way to do that as part of this plan. I'm happy to, think that through or talk that through offline, but I think we as a commission need to commit to our ACT chairs and the ACTs because they're volunteers and they're spending a lot of time, and we really need them to understand how important they are to us.
Thank you, Commissioner, and appreciate your comments and yours, Commissioner Brown. Other comments from the commission? And then I guess I would be interested if Commissioner Simpson, Vice Chair, I see you leaning.
I leaned in to you.
You're
I heard
leaning
your words,
in.
and I leaned into those words. Yeah, I
would like to lean into your words back.
I think Commissioner Smith, a couple of things she mentioned there was, well, first off, thanking Jerry for her engagement in this and her role in this, and just everything that she's done up to this point, and being able to come back and assist. But I really wanted to make sure that from Commissioner Smith's point that the OTC stay engaged with this. I know how important it was for us to do our road shows when we would do commission meetings around the state, and what those meant for those ACT organizations to be able to have those interconnected conversations and even break bread, as Mr. Garrett would articulate it as us sharing a meal and libations together. I think those are really good because everything new can, I don't want to say it gets like threatening or it gets like scary or anything like that, but when new things happen, people have lots of questions, and I think that is the opportunity to be able to have those dialogues, honest conversations around jargon and intent and messaging behind that content and those directions that the commission is going in, and why it's important for our state and why they are important resources, those ACT members, and part of this transition of what we're trying to embody for the state's transportation system. I just think those types of face-to-face interactions are going to be super important going forward. So let's hurry up and start moving forward with these vaccination processes, because I would assume that the interaction in terms of face-to-face conversations, the way we've worked with ACT groups over the years, needs to get back on track, because there is a big difference in terms of that human interaction as we communicate through these technological devices. So I do think that the commission should hone in on this a little bit, keep an eye on it, and keep working towards making sure that folks understand what the intent and messaging and approach is in terms of these new directions and focal points and guidelines we're trying to move the acts in to support what our strategic action plan is.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I want to echo everyone's comments on the work that, in particular, Jerry's done. Going around and talking to the ACTs and hearing them out and listening to their frustrations. So I mean, I've been very frustrated with the fact that we can't get around the state. I think it's, I have friends who are on other commissions in Oregon that as a matter of their culture and tradition, don't go around the state. They have all their meetings in Salem. And I'm really pleased that we're a commission that has a history of going around the state. And I think once we can, we will continue that. I think that's very valuable. And as part of those meetings, I see us meeting again with the ACTs in the way that the vice chair was describing. There've been a lot of good moments having the meetings, and maybe even as much or more just having the social time with people to get to know them. And those are very valuable connections for us as a commission. And since no one of us can cover all of it, although Julie's going to, I think that we need to all engage at a certain level. So getting back live will be valuable. I agree with Commissioner Smith. In the meantime, using electronic communication as a way to meet virtually is the next best thing. And then the real question is making sure, I think, we're coordinated and delivering the same message around the state, so that we're not delivering 5 different or 4 different messages, and that we're really coherent to the people we're talking to in terms of what we're trying to do. And I'm confident we can do that. So I think that's a good collection of thoughts for you to think through. Yeah, I appreciate the work that's been done and the plan that's been developed, and I think we'll have to work through the details as we actually move forward and see what works and what doesn't. And it won't all work. And so we got to be a little bit nimble with this, because I think we're feeling out ideas here about how to make this work in a time when we now have the SAP, for example, and a time where we now are we're working on a number of new things. And the last thing I'll say is I think it's really important to understand the regionalization and the localization. I think it's also really important to understand we have some priorities that are statewide. So, electrification of the system, that's a statewide issue. Our transit program, statewide. So we have to think about some of these things in terms of, there may be different opinions about how they should work, and maybe we can work with all those different opinions, but some things will probably have to have a kind of a common rule or a common approach. So a lot to work on here. And I think it had, just by nature, it had to follow some of the planning we've been doing. It couldn't be occurring until we did some of that planning. And now that we've done it, plus the reorganization of the agency, plus a new director, plus a commission that now I believe since, when Commissioner Simpson cycles off, which we hope is sometime in the next century, that that we will, all have been appointed by the current governor. So it's, we're seeing a lot of change in a lot of places. And then of course the world's changing. So I'm excited about trying to figure out what this looks like and working on it together. Because that'd be my final thought. Cooper, is there anything from all that you can cut into a short, it won't be a feature-length film, but just a short?
I'll do it short. You got it, Mr. Chair. So yeah, I appreciate the feedback. I think I can probably speak for Jerry and Gary and the rest of the team. Very helpful to hear your thoughts and just have you think through this with us. What I propose is that we come back to you in May with a more concrete plan that takes what you've said and turns it into kind of real tangible actions. I think the way that I've been thinking about this based on recent conversations and to some of this conversation is broader than initially, where it was really about ACTS and their support of the commission, but also to some of the points that Jerry and Gary raised, the real benefits that we see at the staff level of ODOT with those connections with our regions, the area managers and others, and also the connections between the area commissions to make sure that they are conversant, to your points, Commissioner Brown, if we have earmarked projects and supportive of those across the state. It's really about those nodes. There's several nodes involved here, and so we're gonna take a look at what those nodes are and how we can improve them. And the other big piece that I would just underscore is, I think it's become evident as recognizing this conversation, some things internally in ODOT that we can strengthen. We've had Jerry's been the de facto executive kind of coordinator at times, and at other times we've done it more through committee. And so we definitely recognize that there needs to be some structure there, not to do everything, but to make sure that everything gets done. And so we'll come back to you with more concrete ideas in May if that works for you, and continue the conversation offline in the meantime. But again, thank you for these comments. Very, very helpful. But maybe I'll see if Jerry, and if you would be so kind, if I can see if Jerry and Gary have anything to close out.
Of course, please.
No, I'm good. It was very helpful. I think it's your comments aligns with what the acts were saying as well. So I think it will be fun to work on this the next stage. So thank you.
And I was struck by a comment I believe Chair made about just mutual benefit, or this process being mutually beneficial. I think is important that we're looking at. Communication really is multi-way, and that we recognize that and understand how important it is for us to know how to do it well, and to continue to build trust with each other is really the foundation for me. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Gary. Your involvement is really valuable, and your experience is both in this and in all of the things that you've done at the agency really useful. So I appreciate your partnering up with Jerry. You saluted when she barked out the order.
She's pretty good at it.
She's persuasive. Let's just leave it there. We don't need to. Enough said.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks for all the feedback.
Thank you both very much. To be continued. Assistant Director Brown, thank you for your comments, and we look forward to working further on this. And thanks for bringing it forward. So we have a break scheduled at this point, but I'm going to suggest we take one more item before we take a break, because it feels like we just took one. Everybody okay with doing one more? Any objection? Okay, let's do the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee update, and then let's take a break. So I will turn this over to Deputy Director. Do you just want to join the commission, Cooper? Would that be easier? Then you can just call us at all hours. Anyway, Commissioner, or not Commissioner yet, Deputy Director Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. I will go through this item, and then I think we only have a couple more, so I'll just flag for you that even the remaining ones I can probably go through fairly quick if that factors into your timing of breaks.
Yeah, unless someone wants a break, let's leave it like this: as individuals need to take a break, and we'll just drive through to the end.
So thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Again, for the record, Assistant Director for Operations for ODOT, Cooper Brown. I am going to talk through some of the work and conversations that we have been having around the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, and a little bit to the last conversation. We are in a moment, I think, with changes in our organization and the development and adoption of the Strategic Action Plan for us to relook at how we use this committee, which was established out of House Bill 17. As everyone's tracking, Commissioner Smith is the chair of the committee. Commissioner Henderson, before his departure, was the co-chair of the committee. And I have been working with Commissioner Smith, and we have been working with the committee members and ODOT staff to look at, recognize this moment and look at how do we refocus this committee to be of greatest effect, greatest impact for the commission and for the agency. So I'll run you through pretty quickly the high points of what we've been discussing and where we propose the committee go. And then, of course, I will turn it over to you, Commissioner Smith, if you have anything to add. With that, next slide, please, Sabrina. So by way of context, just to make sure we're all tracking the background, the CIAC, as I said, was established as part of House Bill 17. The committee first began meeting back in early 2018. The legislative mandate put forward for the committee in House Bill 17 really had a few things that the committee was to focus on. Primarily advising the commission on ways to maximize the efficiency of ODOT, on ways to develop agency key performance measures to play a role in those developments of those measures, on reviewing and overseeing all transportation projects that are costing $50 million or more. Those were the big areas that were given as tasks and charges to this committee back in House Bill 17. In addition to these areas, an audit subcommittee also reports to the CIAC and provides guidance on annual ODOT audit plans, as well as delves into case-by-case audits. There are currently 10 OTC appointed members, and you all appoint members for 2-year terms. As mentioned, the committee chair is a commissioner, and currently Commissioner Smith, and as is the co-chair. Remaining committee members have been comprised of ODOT executive leaders and outside ODOT subject matter experts in the realm of transportation policy or operations or other closely related policy areas. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the catalysts for looking at refocusing the committee were a few things. One, that original members of the committee that began back in 2018, their terms expired last year in the midst of the chaos that was last year. Also, since its inception, as you mentioned in the previous agenda item, Mr. Chair, the department's gone through a reorg. We have a new director. We have new positions to include the one that I'm sitting in and several others, and we have some changes with division administrators and other leaders at all levels of the organization. And then really most importantly, I'd say, is the approval back in December of that clear roadmap for where we're going as an agency in the form of the Strategic Action Plan. So in light of these factors, we felt the time was ripe to refocus the group to continue to meet the requirements set forth in House Bill 17, but really also be a resource for ODOT and for the Commission as we lean into accomplishing the aggressive goals set forth in the Strategic Action Plan on such fronts as equity, on climate, on funding, and really be very targeted on how they're helping us in these spaces. Next slide, please. So in terms of how we would do that, and how we propose doing that, membership is one issue area. We propose that we shrink the core members of the group, but augment that core membership with subject matter expertise, both internal to ODOT, but also, if beneficial, external subject matter experts to come in and talk agenda by agenda, topic by topic, as needed. And so we think that will be a better way of addressing the broad range of topics that this committee tackles. We also want to make sure that membership reflects the ODOT restructure and change some of those positions that were formerly on as ODOT members based on the new look and the new positions that we have around the department. And then we also want to round out the external membership with some members filling those perspectives that we might not have had so squarely before. So to include members to help us understand equity impacts of our decisions, to include, well, DBE contracting, for one, is an area where we need some strengthening. The structure of the meetings we think should be revised as well. We intend to make them shorter but more frequent. Historically, they've been about every quarter. We would like to move them to every month and really narrow the focus. I think part of the challenge of the committee in its first phase was getting its arms around the breadth of what we do as a department. And now I think we have the ability to focus in more narrowly on those areas where we can leverage the support that the committee members can give us. And then, like I said before, augment those conversations with subject matter expertise from inside or outside. So, for instance, if we're talking about project delivery, or more specifically, cost estimating and the work that we're doing as a department to improve our accuracy of cost estimating, bring in our experts around the department to include the folks in our mobility office, to include the folks that are really charged with helping us do that estimating. So that's in a broad stroke what we're thinking of. What we're hoping to get from you today and to hear from you today is an approval of the revised membership list, which I believe is attachment 1 in your commission meeting material packet. That's the formal decision that we would ask, but of course also welcome feedback and your thoughts on this general approach and any aspect of it that you'd like to give. But before I open it up for that, I might turn it over to Commissioner Smith to see if there's anything I've missed or anything that you would like to add.
Thank you, Cooper. Sharon Smith speaking. I think that's kind of the big picture of what we're trying to accomplish. Part of what went into this reboot is conversations with all of the external CIAC members, kind of debrief, if you will, from the last 2-3 years of their work, and kind of incorporating their feedback, what worked, what didn't work, suggestions going forward. And that informed, I think, the restructure in terms of shorter but more frequent meetings, rather than trying to remember what we did 3 months ago. Let's really get information up front so that we can dive into a topic in 2 to 3 meetings, so that we get the information, it's still fresh in our minds, and then we can try and leverage the expertise of our external members and information from outside the organization to see if we can't look at things through a new lens. And so trying to build on the work that happened since 2017 and really hone what we're trying to accomplish and still accomplish what we're tasked to do under House Bill 2017. We had conversations with all of the external members, and I think everybody is comfortable going forward. Not everybody is going to continue on the committee, but we are likely going to be asking some of them who aren't continuing to be subject matter experts on particular topics, and then adding some more folks to the roster who can help us with the strategic action plan and who will round out some of our, membership so that that really can dive into DBE contracting and that we have folks from the community that we're trying to represent at the table. And I don't know, were we going to get into it all, the calendar, or is that just too much in the weeds?
Sorry, fumble with mute. So we certainly can. I think attachment 2 in your meeting materials was a calendar that we've generated based on these considerations for the next year. I believe, and I'll look to you, Commissioner Smith, correct me if I'm wrong, but we were going to, once we get an endorsement about membership, when we restart the committee meetings, probably in April timeframe, kind of review that and finalize it and update the work plan for the CIAC. But that gives you an illustration of the types of issues where we see there's potential value with this group weighing in and being a table where we talk about whether it's our electrification efforts or cost estimating, as I mentioned, some of the funding conversations that Travis and his team are leading, and many others. But I'm happy to walk through that if you'd like, Commissioner Smith.
No, thanks, Cooper. Just wanted to touch on that because earlier in the meeting, we talked about the potential for the CIAC to have a touch point with the ADA program, the ADA ramp program. And while I think that is certainly a good topic for us to think about, it's probably 2022 or 2023, because we've got some pretty robust topics that we've already planned for this year. And I think maybe that will dovetail nicely with when we get the information back on the ADA ramp program. And so we have some data that we can work with as a committee to really look at continuous improvement. So not on the current agenda, but we'll certainly talk about adding it for future meetings. And that's all I have, unless anybody has any questions, happy to answer them.
Well, are there questions?
I did not receive the membership list, the attachment 1. It was supposed to be available starting March 8th. And I think there was a new list of members.
Yes, I think we're waiting for some confirmation, and I don't think we got that until probably Monday or Tuesday. So I think it was uploaded late. We can make sure that we get that sent to you directly.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So do we want to take I understood we were going to take a vote on the new members. So can we get that circulated to us now so we can do that if that's the case?
Sure.
So
maybe we can. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. So I was just going to suggest that perhaps we send that out, and Sabrina, I'm happy to if you don't know where that is, I'm happy to forward you the link to it to make sure that you have it in front of you. And I might suggest, Mr. Chair, that if you're amenable, we jump to the next item, and the time that we take to cover that item, you should have it before you, so you have it at your fingertips.
Let me suggest, thank you. Let me suggest this. It's my understanding we need to give our closed caption person a break every so often, and that includes now. So I'm going to suggest we take a break from this topic, get that list circulated during the 10-minute break, and then come back and we'll take action on that item unless commissioners don't want to, need more time with it. But absent that, I think we come back, we vote on we ask our questions on who's leaving, who's coming on, and then we can take care of that one action item. And then anything else anyone wants to say, I'll just say before we leave, I want to thank Cooper and particularly Commissioner Smith for all their work on this. I think we were just talking about a advisory committee, the ACTS, that has been around a long time, that we need to continue to have it evolve in ways that we're trying to figure out. Here we have something that's relatively new that came out of the 2017 bill that also needs to evolve. And so we're learning with respect to our advisory committees, both longstanding and short-term, how we might, and that's going to continue. And we're going to see where these different advisory functions make sense for us and not make sense for us, where they how we work effectively with them and how they add value as advisory committees to the commission and the commission getting its work done. So I want to thank the two of you for doing so much work on it already with respect to this proposal. And my guess is they will keep tweaking these things to make them work, and they'll evolve over time like everything. So with that, I think let's take our break so our closed caption person is happy, and then let's come back and pick up on this and vote on the roster. I don't really have any comments on the timeline myself. I think it's fine. I think we try it for a year or two, and if we think it's wrong, we change it. I mean, you guys change it in the committee as far as I'm concerned, so it works. Okay, so we'll take a break. Let's call it 2:05. We'll come back at 2:15. Yikes.
Chairman Brooklyn, we're seeing you on here twice. Maybe that's why you're getting the feedback.
Okay, I'm not getting it. Whoa. So what do I need to do?
Did you call in or? We're seeing you twice.
Remove one of them.
Go ahead and try it now, Bob. Chair Brooklyn. Could you try it again, Chair Van Brocklin?
Hello?
Okay, I think we're good now.
Is it working? That was a wicked feedback, but I'm not hearing it now. Can you see if you can get my video to work, Wayne?
Your videos.
We can see you.
I can't see myself. Weird. Okay. Well, if people can see me, why can't I see myself? Well, at least we don't have that feedback. Whatever it is, I'll just go. Let me. Now I can, but now I have this echo. Bizarre. Wayne?
Okay, it stopped.
I think if I unmute, it will start again. It seems to be true.
Can you try exiting the meeting and coming back, please? Chair Van Brocklin?
You want me to dial back in?
Yeah, can you try?
Okay, I will go out and dial in.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Sounded like we were in the Twilight Zone.
People can hear me. How about that? Can you hear me?
Much better.
I think I'll just go without video. and finish the meeting, because I don't want to expend time trying to get the video back when we're fairly close to the end. So let's go back. Is everyone back?
See you, Bob.
Pardon?
We can see you. So
Oh,
just
okay,
remember,
great.
you're on video.
Okay, I'll behave myself. So let's go back. If everyone is, Julie, are all the commissioners back on the call?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. So let's go back into the CIAC topic, reconvene, or come back to order. And I guess are we ready to talk about the membership changes? Cooper, do you want to summarize the membership changes? Not relying on visuals?
Certainly, yes. I'm here, Chairman Brockland,
Okay,
and
good.
happy to walk through what we're proposing there in terms of membership. What we're proposing, and you should have all of this. This was attachment 1 in the meeting materials, but you should have it in your inbox. I sent it momentarily.
Okay,
I sent it a few. Okay, great. In terms of core members, we have Commissioner Smith continuing on as the chair. We do still have a vacancy, and so to be determined for the vice chair, but obviously an OTC commissioner. We have Mr. Adland to continue to be an external stakeholder, as well as Paula Hammond. And then Amber Ontiveros, Michael Jordan, and Shanna Brownstein would be added as external members. On the internal ODOT side, you would have myself as the executive sponsor, Karen Rowe, the Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. We have a vacancy for Jerry's position as we try to fill that. But that position itself, the Division Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis, we think should be around that table. And then Mr. Gebhardt, who is our Chief Administrative Officer and Division Administrator over Support Services Division, we also think should be at that table. In addition to those, and as Commissioner Smith described, Tony Hyde, Mr. Hyde, would be an adjunct member that we would bring back for items as needed, as well as Mr. Koch, the adjunct member as well for items as needed. And then we would augment those external memberships with internal subject matter experts based on the item that we're talking about. So that's the long and short of it. I guess I should add Victoria Hawley would be our commission, or excuse me, rather our committee facilitator. And she would be responsible for doing a lot of the member liaising, agenda development, research and reporting. And then Sabrina Foward, the new Michelle, I promise Sabrina we won't call you that for very long, who steps into that role, would also be involved as a CIAC administration. So with that, that's what we got. Welcome your thoughts and full approval.
Great. I think I have my video back, so I can now see all of you. So just pop back in. I don't know why. So I'm fully supportive of this. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the members who are cycling off. I know both of them. And I was on the CIAC when they came on to the CIAC, the initial CIAC, which Chair Bainey chaired and I vice chaired. And then for a while I chaired it, and then it moved on. So I would say I think they did a great job, but I do think some evolution of the commission, of the committee, makes sense. And I know all three of these new members, external members, pretty well. And I like all three of these appointments. I think these are really good appointments. I've known Michael Jordan for a long time and Shana for a shorter time, but I'm very impressed with her. And Amber I met during the director search. And I think they're all very solid appointments. that will be helpful to us. So I support the slate. Other comments or questions? Would someone like to move the slate? Oh, sorry, Vice Chair.
No, I was just going to say I support the slate as well, personally. So,
Julie, do you have, or Orlando, do you have questions? Or?
Is it a formal action item? Is that what you
I think we should. Yeah, I think we should approve it because we're responsible for approving the committee that is advising us. So
if
I think we
Commissioner
need
Brown doesn't have any additional comments, I can.
Yeah, please.
Make a motion. Okay, then with that, Chair Van Brockland, I move to approve the members as they stand for the, I guess, the new roster for the CIAC group.
Great. Second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Brown seconds Vice Chair Simpson's motion to approve the new slate. And these would take effect, Cooper, on what date? Or is that yet to be determined?
Mr. Chair, would take effect immediately upon your approval. But as mentioned, I think we would restart the committee. We've been on a bit of a hiatus while we were working through all of this, probably in April.
Okay. So effective immediately. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, I'll call the roll. Vice Chair Simpson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Simpson votes aye. Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Approved unanimously. So thank you for that work. And now, are there comments on any of the other discussion items or proposals or approach?
I just wanted to thank Commissioner Smith for her work on this, because running committees are not an easy thing. I know she's dedicating a lot of time to this. Thank you.
I agree.
Thanks.
I guess the only thing I would say on this is that it will be, you and I have already talked about this a little bit, Commissioner Smith, but I think it's important that at least you and I talk about work plan so that we're aligning the work plan of the commission and the reports as they roll out of the CIAC. So I just mentioned that we would just naturally do that, but I would like to get that kind of in front of the entire commission to let the commission know you and I will be coordinating on topics and timing as it relates to the commission's agenda, and so that we're coordinated on work schedules and topics. So I think that can be done relatively informally, but I would like to be obviously coordinated.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I agree, and that's part of our plan.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Great, and it's part of our plan too at the commission level. So I think that'll work, and we'll see how that goes for a while, and if we're needing to do further modifications, we'll do them. So anything else on this item? Cooper?
No, Mr. Chair, nothing to add. Thank you for your.
You bet. Commissioner Smith, anything further?
Just one last thing, Commissioner Smith speaking. I just wanted to thank Cooper for all his hard work. He really was instrumental in helping us think through this and restructure things, and brought a lot of great ideas to the conversation. So thank you, Cooper. I appreciate it.
I want to add my thanks, Cooper. Thank you for, as usual, doing great high-level work. And thank Commissioner Smith again for all of her work to date, with more to come. All right, so we are, I believe, at items M and N, and I'm hoping those can move relatively quickly. So let's see, Cooper, this is your last item of the day, unless you're going to take the consent agenda. Otherwise, Chris will take that.
I will gladly give that back to Director Strickler, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
But one more for me, if you will.
Yes.
So thank you again. For the record, Cooper Brown, Assistant Director for Operations for ODOT. The last item that I will be presenting to you, and it'll only take me about 5 minutes, and then happy to answer questions if you've got them, is around a delegation order update. So back in May of 2020, at your OTC meeting, you might recall you provided the agency direction to review the roles and responsibilities of both the commission and the department to ensure that you as the commission have the ability to provide strategic vision and direction to ODOT and not really be bogged down in the programmatic decisions more appropriate for ODOT leaders and staff. At that time, back in May of 2020, you approved a number of delegations to the director along these lines. In this spirit, since last May, ODOT staff has identified additional delegations that we believe reduce redundancy and align with this commission direction of placing programmatic and project management decisions with the department. With this in mind, the agency proposes 2 additions today to the existing delegation order, which is attachment 1 in your materials, and I'll walk you briefly through both of those momentarily. The only other thing I would flag for you is we anticipate bringing back additional recommended delegations for commission consideration on a somewhat regular cycle as they do come to light through the agency's many ongoing work efforts. We will do this periodically probably, but we'll make sure that we bundle those so we're not just bringing them to you every meeting. But there is a multitude of work efforts out there, and we do discover them periodically, given that that direction that you so clearly gave us about last year. So with that, next slide, please. The 2 that are before you today are these. The first is the ATV designations. So back in 2017, the Oregon legislature passed Senate Bill 344, which created a process to designate sections of state highway to be open to ATV use. This process involves ODOT working closely with the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. And both of these departments, both of our agencies, working with the ATV Highway Access Advisory Committee to make recommendations to you as the commission on designating segments of highway as ATV accessible. You currently are the ones who make this final determination. But we would recommend that this final determination be delegated down to the ODOT director or his delegate. We think that makes good operational sense and fits more within the purview of a decision that the director or his delegate would be probably better situated to make. The second is around land use compliance, OR 731-015-0075, commonly referred to as the State Agency Coordination or SAC rule, requires that you as a commission or its designee adopt findings of compatibility with the acknowledged comprehensive plans of affected cities and counties when it grants design approval for a project. The rule requires that the department obtain all other land use approvals and planning permits prior to construction, in addition to requiring that notice of the decision be mailed out to all the parties who are interested. We're proposing today that the OTC delegate adoption of findings of compatibility with acknowledged comprehensive plans of affected cities and counties to the director of ODOT, as described in the OAR that I mentioned. When the project, and this is important, when the project is consistent with a previous OTC adopted facility plan. So just as a reminder on the process around those OTC adoption of facility plans, the process for approving them involves ODOT turning to stakeholders and working with affected local jurisdictions to ensure that any and all facility plans are consistent with both statewide planning goals and applicable local comprehensive plans. If conflicts are identified, the department must meet with local jurisdictions to resolve the conflicts during the facility planning process through options provided in the administrative rule. As part of the facility plan adoption, the department evaluates, writes, and presents findings of compatibility with both statewide planning goals and local comprehensive plans. These include descriptions of all conflicts that were identified through the process and how they were resolved. And per the rule, these facility plans must be then reviewed and adopted by you as the commission. Since the OTC will have provided findings of compatibility on any project with an already approved facility plan, we think it's redundant for the commission to again provide findings of compatibility as part of the state agency coordination process, the SAC process. So as such, the department recommends, like I mentioned, that the director be delegated the authority to ensure all SAC requirements are met. Projects with findings that cannot demonstrate prior compliance with an OTC adopted facility plan would still come before you for review in order to ensure that all SAC agreement requirements are met. It's a bit of a complicated one, but I wanted to make sure we were able to walk through the details of it. We do feel it's a redundancy that makes best sense in the hands of the department. So with that, that's my description of the two before you. Happy to answer questions. Otherwise, would ask after questions for your consideration and an adoption of the revised delegation order, again, attachment 1 in your meeting material packet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just had a couple of questions. I have no questions on the ATV, but on the land use, could you give us a couple of sentences on how that happens? Is there a centralized place where this occurs within the agency? Really getting at what is the experience level, and is there capacity to involve, I would guess the Department of Justice or a lawyer who does this to make sure that it's that we are getting findings that we're comfortable with from a legal perspective.
Yes, Mr. Chair, happy to. Yes, so the project teams typically are the ones at the helm for the work, but we do involve our legal counterparts to ensure that there is compliance. And so if this were delegated down, it would be consistent with the project teams leading those conversations along with our planning division, as well as the Jerry's division, as well as our environmental and NEPA folks. They're involved as well. So we have a pretty comprehensive process internally for us to make sure that we're meeting all the requirements out there. But it includes that confirmation that there's legal compliance as well, if that answers your question, sir.
So you involve DOJ as needed? Is that kind of the standard?
Yes, I believe so, and I'll look to others to chime in if I'm wrong on that. But yes, I believe we do as needed, and they've been involved in all of the conversations to date on these delegations to make sure that that we're in accordance with the law.
Okay. Some of our projects are quite large, and I just want to make sure that we're not creating issues for ourselves in terms of people who might potentially come at one or more of our projects on the basis that it's not compliant with land use. But that sounds like a good process, and DOJ has been involved in looking at this proposal. Okay, are there other questions? Okay, do I hear a motion?
Commissioner Smith moves approval of the recommended delegations revisions.
Okay, Commissioner Smith moves adoption. Second?
I'll second. Commissioner Brown.
Commissioner Brown seconds. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Simpson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Approved. So I think we are now to the director. We started the day with the director. We will end the day with the director. Alpha and
Mr.
Omega.
Chair, thank you. Yeah, right. Well, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you very much. Once again, Chris Strickler, Director, Oregon Department of Transportation. I have a relatively straightforward item for you, which is requesting your endorsement of the consent agenda. There are 8 items on the consent agenda. And at this time, I would ask for a motion to approve.
Is there a motion?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Commissioner Brown moves adoption of the approval of the consent calendar. Is there a second?
Commissioner Simpson, I second.
Commissioner Simpson seconds. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none. Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Vice Chair Simpson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. Thank you, Director Strickler. Is there any other business to come before the commission today? All right, if not, we are adjourned. Good to see everybody.
Take care.
You
Bye.
too.
Have a great day.
Bye. We'll see you soon.
Goodbye.
Sure.